Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Sana, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mario.
Sana, can you hear me?
All good. Thanks, Mario.
Sì, iPhone. Perché per io telefono baš.
Zu?
Recording in progress.
Namhlanje munye. Yeah. Nikhiphe lo. Where you going? Yeah. Anna.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. I don't see any letter. Order, honorable members. The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to the ministers in Cluster 5 Economics. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which question their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. If a member is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform and is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. I have been informed that the Deputy Minister, the first question has been asked by the Honorable Gondwe to the Minister of Public Enterprise. Maybe I should go through this before and say that the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise will respond to the questions. And then on public works and infrastructure, I will call you now, Deputy Minister. No, you can sit here. On public works, the Deputy Minister will also respond to the questions. On small business development, the Minister will respond to the questions, but on the virtual platform. I hope that hasn't changed. Deputy Minister Majola will respond to the questions on trade, industry, and competition in the chamber here. On tourism, the Minister will respond to the questions on the virtual platform. And on transport, we have the Deputy Minister in the chamber to respond to the questions. So I hope we agree. I have letters that have been approved for this. I'm not going to read them on the changes, on the delegations that the ministers have made and those that are unable to be here physically. Now I will welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister of, what is this?
Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the reason some of the ministers are answering on the virtual platform is because there's a cabinet, physical cabinet in Tshwane, and that's why the arrangements is like this, and we've done it before, so that you don't have a rumor on anything.
Okay. I don't have a pen here. The Honorable Deputy Minister, the question now is question 247, asked by the the Honorable Dr. Gondwe to the Minister of Public Enterprise. It's your opportunity now.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. In November 2019, Cabinet decided that SAA should be restructured and that a strategic equity partner, SEP, should be sought due to the SAA's financial difficulties. SAA entered voluntarily into business rescue in December 2019. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated challenges further, leading to SAA being placed in care and maintenance. Repatriation flights were conducted during that time, but government acknowledged it lacked funds for ongoing support, despite its commitment to saving SAA. While SAA was in business rescue, the department received expression of interest from parties interested in SAA. The department appointed a transactional advisor to evaluate the expressions of interest. After evaluating the expressions of interest, the transaction advisor could not identify a suitable SEP for SAA. The department then evaluated the further expressions of interest that were received, and the Tagato Consortium was appointed as a preferred strategic equity partner. On the 4th of June 2021, the department entered into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the Tagato Consortium as the preferred strategic equity partner and gave approval for the Department of Public Enterprise to proceed with as preferred SEP. Cabinet also instructed the department to conduct due diligence processes and finalize the sale and purchase agreement at the appropriate time. On the 11th of June 2021, the Tagato Consortium was officially announced as the preferred SAP. Following the announcement, the department began its due diligence on the Tagato Consortium, where they are obviously in terms of their financial capabilities, while the consortium commenced its due diligence on SAA. After the due diligence process was completed, all parties signed the sale of shares agreement on the 22nd February 2022. The transactions required approval from the Competition Commission based on the recommendation of the Competition Commission, as it exceeded the Commission's approval threshold. The measure was submitted to the Competition Commission in June 2022. However, the assessment process was prolonged due to requests for information and objections from interested parties. Finally, on the 25th July 2023, the Competition Tribunal approved the measure with certain conditions. These conditions included requiring minority shareholders of Tagato Aviation Pty Ltd to divest their respective shareholdings in Tagato and ensuring that SAA refrains from retrenching employees due to the measure for a period of 5 years. Two valuations were conducted for the airline. The first occurred during the COVID-19 period when the airline was grounded, utilizing a liquidations asset valuation methodology. This asset valued the property at 2.4 billion, while the business was appraised at the range between zero and negative value. However, over the last 3 years, market conditions improved and the economy saw advantages, leading to a resurgence in demand of the travel. Consequently, a new valuation was necessitated, and the revised business valuation stood at 1 billion, while the property valuation rose to 5.5 billion. Following the second valuation, negotiations ensured between Tagato and the government to revise the transaction structure, considering public interest and fair market pricing. However, these requirements were not met, leading to the termination of the sale of shares agreement by mutual consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Dr. Gondwe.
House Chairperson, Deputy Minister, one of the things that the cancellation of the protracted and secretive SAA Tagato deal has shown is that this ANC-led government is not serious about introducing private sector investment into our beleaguered and ailing SOEs, such as SAA, and weaning them off completely from a chronic dependence on taxpayer-funded bailouts. That having been said, Deputy Minister, your department went to great and at times extreme lengths to keep the terms and conditions surrounding the SAA Tagato deal, as well as how it was structured, a secret. The details surrounding the deal were not only kept secret from members of the public, but also from Parliament, National Treasury, and the Auditor General, despite the fact that the subject matter of the deal related to the sale of shares in a public or state-owned asset. Now that the deal has been cancelled and is no longer a live transaction, we're expecting you, Deputy Minister, to be transparent and open about the details surrounding the deal. My question to you, Deputy Minister, is what are the relevant details of the due diligence that the department undertook or conducted in relation to both the valuation of SAA by RNB and the ability of the Takatso Consortium to provide the equity needed to consummate and conclude this deal? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gondwe. The privatization matter is not policy of the African National Congress, as you will know. That even the sale of SAA for a private people to take a 51% was because of the conditions that existed at the time, where the airline was under business risk, it could have gone liquidated or anything could have happened. Like SA Express, it's no more there simply because of similar conditions. So when the negotiations took place, the bidder was Takatso, and they negotiated very hard to say either you take 51, we take 51, you take 49, or the deal is off. And that was the only available bidder at the time. And the department request was 60% for the state and 40% for an equity partner. But that unfortunately could not be achieved because the airline was in trouble, was grounded, and was in almost liquidation. So therefore, privatization was not our first option. It would not have been. The details on as we said, that they were kept secret. So those are the issues of the negotiations when you go into some of the transaction against other competitors not knowing, not secret simply because they will not be known later to anybody in the public. So should you need those details even now, and I know that you are a member of the committee, you have seen them. So if you are asking that they should be published, obviously because the deal is no more there and the public still wants to know, then probably that is something that we can look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mkwanazi.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, considering that achieving that unfulfilled transaction closing conditions precedents to the SAA Takatso Consortium deal were unlikely to be met on that specified date. Minister, what will the government be doing to ensure the sustainability of SAA post the cancellation of this transaction? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkwanazi. As you know that the minister did indicate when the deal was cancelled at the press conference and in the statement by the DPA, that between 12 to 18 months, we don't need any person or any strategic partner. The SAA is doing well and will continue to do so. However, we need then to begin to say what happens beyond that 18 months, whether we'll definitely be needing in or not. So the analysis in the market and the information will have to be looked at. And obviously the committee, the 7th administration parliament will then begin to look at the matters and the new government that is going to be set at that particular time. So, but for now, for 18 months at least, SAA will be running solo and it will continue to do so. But it does not mean that they may not face troubles, but should they, and then the analysis indicate otherwise, we'll then have to engage and the matters will be brought forth for further engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mautre. Oh, Ma'am Yako.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just 1 second for me. I will just get to the question now. Okay. We have heard the explanation surrounding the cancellation of the Takatso deal, which fails to address the more pressing concerns. We pose a question that targets significantly more specific issues. Without telling us about stories of the past freedom struggles or your struggle credentials, can you explain the difference between the allegations against former President Jacob Zuma involving the Guptas and your actions with Harris General Partners on attempts to privatize SAA and friends and cronies. Furthermore, why should there not be a broader investigation into Harriet General Partners, especially if their business model seemingly relies on politicians like you to engage them without their submission of tenders and proposals by specific deadlines? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, I think the question is raising new issues there. And that are about certain people that are mentioned, allegations that are there, as you say, and then, however, if you can go to reports of SCOPA by the ISU, they have given a very elaborative report about their own investigations on certain people and individuals, almost 104 cases that they are listing in that report. Just go to SCOPA to share that report with you. It will then indicate what actions and what proposals are there. Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me now as I'm standing in this podium, but Parliament has the information. It was submitted by the SIU, and then I think you will get to know who was involved in what. And then I think let's leave it there for now.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, I have done absolutely everything to get answers. Initially, why we sold our 14 aircraft for 35 million rand each and rented it back for 44 million rand. Doesn't really make financial sense. However, now, given the fact that this agreement is now cancelled with Takatsu, and you say you've got 18 months, and where we could run, I think, as a going concern. Are we going to wait for 18 months to establish, Deputy Minister, that we might need a partner, or do you believe that there will be a need soon to relook at that, given the performance of SAA, so that we don't find ourselves in a difficult position 18 months later when we have to now look for a new partner? Thank you.
Thank you. GM.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh. Definitely, when one look at airlines that are owned by states across the global platform, you then begin to realize a new trend of strategic equity partners, but the state remains a majority in all of those airlines because their timing was perfect in terms of beginning to realize some troubles in the market, and then they then crowd in private sector, and there's nothing wrong in doing so in some concessions and so forth. And that is not privatization, however, it's now involvement of that, but the state must remain at 60%, and that has been the initial decision and the position of the department even then, and not allow an airline to go into liquidation stage because their negotiations becomes very difficult if it's beginning to fall. So therefore, we'll definitely be looking at, and then it will be a transparent process. And then we have learned lessons from the previous one, so that everyone can then see and then begin to do their own analysis and see why we needed this strategic equity partner. We will not wait until there's trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we are now proceeding to question 228. Oh, sorry. I'm looking down. Yes, Ma'am Kaula, Honorable Ma'am Kaula.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha. Esontweni makufika umfundisi omusha liyatshelwa ibandla. Lo minister mina ngimazi. Minister oqhamuka ngaphi lona?
Ngiyaxolisa ngimi.
Asimazi nokuthi
Ma'am Kaula.
ngathi mina.
Ma'am Kaula ngiyaxolisa yimi. Kushelela ilimi, ngiyaxolisa. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just rising on a point of maybe privilege, noting that these proceedings are public. All of us here are sitting, we know the question. But when you deal, and I know this has been tradition in the House here, that you just simply say question 28, 228, and the minister and the executive launches into an answer. But a person watching from home hasn't got these questions. Does it not make sense that the question that is an original question here, maybe you repeat it there as the chair for the benefit of the public.
Okay. No, thank you. Maybe that is a good suggestion that might be talked about later, not now in this session. That you can propose to the Rules Committee that can deal with that. But for now, this is how we are working. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, I'm sorry for that. And you can take your seat if there are questions or points of order so that you don't understand and then, yeah. 228 by the Honorable Maudre.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, House Chairperson.
Sorry, my love.
Bazongisha, what is
Sorry, Hatebe, bafethu, msana ukudlala ngathi. We are not coming to play here. Sicela ukuthi uminister lo owubani wakabani.
man.
Achilo,
Nombani lezo-
Honorable Kaula. Honorable Mam Kaula.
Kuhamba amabhege imali.
Order. Honorable Mam Kaula. I said to you, ngesizulu ngathi, ngiyaxolisa ukumbiza uminister. And nangqala la, ngishilo ukuthi abubani abakhona la endlini. Ngasho ukuthi kuno deputy minister we public enterprises. So, qhubeka honorable deputy minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Two valuations were conducted for the airline. The first occurred
And you
during
mustn't
the
lie here.
COVID-19
You mustn't lie. This deputy minister of yours.
What is?
The first occurred during the-
Honorable Maudre, don't repeat that. Proceed, Honorable Mbapela.
The first occurred during the COVID-19 period when the airline was grounded, utilizing a liquidation asset valuation methodology. This assessment valued the property at 2.4 billion, while the business was appraised at a range between zero and negative value because there were no sales, there were no tickets, nothing was moving at that time. However, over the last 3 years, market conditions improved and the economy saw advancements leading to a resurgence in demand for air travel. Consequently, a new valuation was necessary. The revised business valuation commissioned in 2023 stood at 1.4 billion, while the property valuation rose to 5.5 billion. In total, is 6.5 billion. Following the second evaluation, negotiations ensued between Tagazo and the government to revise the initial transaction structure, considering public interest and fair market pricing. However, these requirements were not met, leading the mutually agreed termination of the transactions, among others. Despite the termination of the negotiation, there is optimism regarding the future of the airline, and the idea that it will depend on government bailouts going forward should be disregarded. With SAA showing an improved financial position, there is confidence that it can remain self-sustaining. And I think I did give a period on that. Moreover, alternative avenues for immediate financing are available and are currently being explored. However, it is crucial to emphasize that SAA will not receive funds from the fiscus in the foreseeable future. The focus must be on running operations as efficiently and profitably as possible, ensuring the airline's self-sustainability going forward.
Thank you. The Honorable Yaku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, everything we're hearing from you doesn't add up, especially after the DG's bombshell in Parliament. You're dodging around public documents and blocking every attempt to hold you accountable. Plus, your act of being untouchable is too much. Plus, we can only see it as a corruption we have tried to warn everyone. So, Minister, straight up, are you corrupt?
What did you say?
Honorable Yaku, what
Sir
is your
Deputy
question
Minister, am
again?
I-
I'm sorry, I didn't get it either.
Chairperson, I'm not stuttering. We're asking, is he corrupt?
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for the question. However, to ask if somebody is corrupt without any investigations being done on them, I don't think we should then conclude on that. So I can't
Answer
say
the
yes.
question.
I
Honorable Piako, don't
So
do
if
that.
there
You
are
can't
any-
take a mic and start speaking.
If there are any other things that people know, they are free to can go to the nearest police station and lay charges so that such can be investigated by those who have the authority to do so.
Order.
So it's really unfair to be asking in parliament if somebody is corrupt or not corrupt.
Order, members. Order. Members.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
Order, members.
Chair, on a
Honorable
point of order.
Mauto,
Yes.
we don't do that. I told you don't do that from the beginning. You have to raise your hand. I've got gadgets in front of me. Your hand
Okay.
is not up.
I'm doing that,
Just
Chair.
pick the mic and start asking questions. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Please. What is your point of order?
Chair, no, thank you very much for that indulgence. The question is simple. Are you corrupt? Why can't the gentleman answer the
Honorable
question?
Mauto, thank
Why
you
can't he
very
answer
much.
the question?
You
Why
are
is he telling
now,
us about investigations?
Honorable Mauto, you are out of order, and that question has been responded to, and I'm not going to allow you
We're
to
going
do
to
that
conclude,
again.
but he's corrupt.
Or
He's
you, if you
corrupt. The
continue
minister is
speaking,
corrupt.
ICT,
And
please
it must be
remove
noted that
Honorable
the
Mauto
minister
from
is
the
corrupt.
platform. I'm
Him
not
and
going to
Zamnanga,
have this
Brazil
debate
Bodan,
with
they are
you.
both
I'm not on the platform. Remove Honorable Mauto from the platform. Thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable Piri.
Mudula Stulo, DM, can I prophesy? DM, can you receive to be a minister? Today, actually, you are being prophesied to be a minister. DM, I'm drowned. Chair, my question is that since the revaluation of the value of the airline and its properties was not the sole reason why the airline consortium had to be cancelled, the question is that what is the DPE doing to make sure that the airline is seen as a potential partner and the cancelled deal does not affect its reputation in the evaluation industry and really receive DM? You're going to be a minister. I prophesy.
Honorable JM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri, but I will not respond to your prophecy for now. So certainly that we will be looking at the airline to make it as profitable as earlier indicated in the main response and ensure that it grows because it was able to demonstrate since this deal was not happening and there was no money that the consortium of Council had put in, but the SA is able to rise. It's now on the skies and it's growing and new routes have been opened. And we just have to make sure therefore that they're able to sustain that, but grow beyond just the routes that they are covering currently. We want to see them in the domestic routes more and then also in other routes internationally, recapture the market slowly but surely on its own, unless obviously the issues of the market volatility do happen again, and then a strategic equity partner possibility remains just there. And as I said, we'll do it transparently, taking lessons from the recent, but also in the negotiations, that's what we call confidentialities, respecting whatever confidentialities that is there. Confidentiality does not mean it's secret. It's just to say for that moment of the talks, things are kept in wrap. And then at the point when the deal is over, then everything goes public again. Can I assure South Africans that that's how the model is and will keep to that particular ethical behavior? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Condwell.
Yeah, Leboga House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, Minister Godon's assertion that notwithstanding the cancellation of the SAA Takatso deal, SAA will not collapse, and nor will it need a taxpayer-funded bailout to keep it afloat for the next 12 to 18 months, really does not make sense, because according to the AG, the airline is in a financial mess. Further, according to the AG, although the airline has been at the receiving end of billions of rands in taxpayer-funded bailouts from 1 April 2018 to 3 April 2023, it still managed to sustain losses totaling 28.9 billion over this period. Deputy Minister, please provide details on how SAA is going to be able to sustain itself for the next 12 to 18 months following the cancellation of the deal, in the absence of it being granted an additional taxpayer-funded bailout or acquiring another strategic equity partner with very deep pockets. You alluded to the fact that it will be able to sustain itself. I want details on how it's going to sustain itself.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
No, thank you very much. And I think, as you know, the past 2 financial years, it was recapitalized with certain conditions, right? Right? So no. Let me answer, please, Ms. Honorable Isaac. And that in itself was to deal with the creditors that were hovering around so that it can then clear its books. But secondly, the second money that went into it, it is now able to buy 4 additional aircrafts, as was announced also in the committee and then by Minister here in Parliament. Now, that is why new routes now have been opened and expanded, and then they will soon be taking over those routes. Why they have not done so by now is because the airline industry had not been manufacturing airlines, and they are looking, they are in the market to buy, and so that then we're able then to take those long-term routes. And some are targeted to be opened in December and others early next year. So that obviously it's business and travels. You make money out of the travels and then the more tickets, but the more you have more airlines and more routes are being opened, that is sustainability itself. And then I think let's take what they've done so far and then say we are now assured that it's on the skies and it does not need money now except that recapitalization that was necessary at the time. But as indicated earlier, Honorable Gond, that at the point we was 12 months to 18 months, will not be relaxed. We'll then be looking at the market volatility, but at the same time, begin to look at a strategic equity partner that might be necessary. And therefore, we are not ruling out that possibility. So it will be there, but the state will remain a majority, not to privatize it where we are a minority. So we just want to assure South Africans on that one.
Thank you. Inkosi Buthelezi. Oh, Kubeka.
Thanks, House Chairperson. I'm standing on behalf of Nkosi Buthelezi. Minister, could you please provide detailed information regarding the identity of the other bidders who participated in the process to acquire a stake in SSA? Furthermore, is the department actively considering these other bidders in light of the now collapsed deal? And if so, what criteria will be used to assess their viability as potential strategic partners of SSA?
Thank you. The Honorable Dear.
No, thank you very much. As the question is almost new, though connected, the information on the other bidders was submitted to the Portfolio Committee as to who are the other bidders, what happened to those bidders. That information was also presented, but I don't have it as I'm standing in this podium now. And I wouldn't want to shout names and only to find that I mislead Parliament to some extent. So therefore, if that information, we can provide it in writing to you, and then so that it can then be in your hands at a particular point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I allow you, Honorable GM, to just take your seat for a while as I invite on your chair.
Oh, okay.
As I invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Deputy Minister, the question is question 212, asked by the Honorable Mjobo.
Thank you, House Chair. The refurbishment of one tower Telkom Towers not focused on the OHS compliance issues due to budget constraints, and these were attended to. The delay in appointment of the total facilities maintenance contract exacerbated the condition of the tower. The TMF has now been appointed from the 19th of February 2024, and the maintenance challenges will be responded through both preventative and corrective maintenance. The PMTE has developed the refurbish, operate, and transfer program. The ROTP aims to collaborate and form partnerships with the private sector, wherein the private sector will invest their resources to refurbish these facilities, operate them for a period of 20 to 25 years, including maintenance, and hand over the facilities back to government after this period. The government will repay the private investor for the duration of the lease through the user accommodation charges collected from the client departments, aimed at partnering with the private sector to engage. The property management trading entity has prioritized and engaged South African Police Services for the rollout of the ROTP for all the remaining towers. The rollout is planned for the implementation before the end of this calendar year. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. If you don't mind, as I call, you may sit and also, okay, so that it's up to you, but. Yes. Okay, the Honorable Mjobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DM, for the clear response. What will be the time frames and cost to ensure that Telkom Towers building is revamped and fit for the purpose, and how will it be funded? Thank you, DM, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
Honorable Mjobo, the DPWI had done refurbishment of the tower Telkom Towers not, and due to budgetary constraint were unable to complete the rest of the towers. A TFM has now been appointed from the 19th of February 2024. The maintenance challenges will be responded through both. Sorry for that, Chair.
Oh, no problem. Proceed. You still have time.
The timelines for starting the ROT process on Telkom Towers will start from April till October, whereby the service providers will be appointed subject to National Treasury endorsement. The construction refurbishment will be estimated around 18 to 36 months to complete the construction activities. The technical team will be concluding the actual refurbishment estimate by the end of April 2024. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next question will come from Honorable Sitlolo.
Thank you very much. I'll pose the question as directed to the Minister. Telkom Towers has been a mess for the entire 6th Parliament. There's been at least 2 oversight visits, and the issue has been raised consistently with promises having been made. Implementing agents were appointed with enormous amounts of money spent, while there has also been a duplication of costs in terms of rent that has to be paid to house SAPS members outside of the Telkom Towers. The Minister has been appointed as DPWI Minister for well over a year now, and is in cabinet with Minister Begicele, which then begs the question, why are they not talking to each other? No one has taken full responsibility, with blame shifted towards implementing agents, SAPS, etc. Is the Minister willing to man up and take responsibility for the collapse of Telkom Towers? And what consequence management will be implemented for all those responsible for the mess that has cost taxpayers well over 1 billion? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sihlolo. I must say that the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure has been meeting with the Minister of SAPS, Minister Begicele, and that ever since arriving at DPWI, the Minister has been engaging with SAPS And I must say, Honorable Sihlolo, that I think that Telkom Towers has been a problem for over years. But the biggest problem as well is that a subs was in the building and then you are trying to fix the building at the same time. Now moving around from the different north to south of the towers, trying to fix the towers with tenants already in the building was also a problem on its own. Now you have said that there are several service providers that have been appointed, Kucha, all the people that have been appointed to fix the towers. Now, as a member of the portfolio committee, you will note that time and again, the portfolio committee has posed questions to the department. Now, I think that implementing the ROT and the BOT is going to assist us to solve the problems of the towers, because indeed, now with the ROT and BOT, that is the solution that is going to be there. Because I think over years, trying to renovate and fix a property with tenants inside was never going to work at all at the same time. Whether you say they must move to the south towers, to the north towers, I think that it was a mistake in the beginning, after all, to say that you will try and fix a building of that magnitude with tenants inside it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Mansoor, Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, almost all departments raise concerns about the capacity at Public Works to address the challenges they face in their buildings, whether it's police, whether it's health, or many others, in terms of maintenance and things. What really is the problem at the Department of Public Works that they cannot deal with this effectively and in a satisfactory manner, including Telkom Towers? And I think you have given a comprehensive explanation on Telkom Towers, but many other buildings are experiencing the same problem. Please advise. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you very much. I think that we must take note that as the landlord of government, we have got 88,000 buildings that Public Works oversees. Now, these buildings include the whole of government. I think that what is going to assist us, which we did not find on the table, which we are trying to do now, and through the oversight of the portfolio committee, is that we are implementing a total facilities management plan, which is a plan that is going to assist us, because we know that the magnitude of the buildings we have and not to have maintenance issues is that each building should have a maintenance person which oversees the buildings, which has been the negative part of not having people who are there. And through the workshops that we are implementing throughout the provinces and trying to build our own capacity as Public Works and not relying on consultants and service providers to actually maintain the buildings, but that we are going to build our internal capacity, which is possible because we've got the National Youth Service, which is training youth in plumbing, in carpentry, in painting, and all that, so that in each and every region and province in the country, you have a workshop, so that when you do need to do maintenance, you are not calling a service provider to give you quotations, but you are calling a person who's employed at Public Works to go and do maintenance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can we now get the question from Honorable Van Staden?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it is clear that the Department of Public Works and the government have been dragging their feet with maintaining and upgrading of its buildings, and the Telkom Towers is one of it. According to the head of a property management and trading entity, it will cost approximately 32 billion to repair and upgrade these facilities. Now, during the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium in Cape Town earlier this month, it was indicated that government wants the private sector to become involved in the refurbishment of state-owned buildings, and Telkom Towers is one of us, and to operate these buildings through the facilities management and after a period transfer the buildings back to the state. My question to the Deputy Minister is, can the Deputy Minister indicate if the private sector is willing to become involved in these projects, and if not, why not? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Staden. the private sector is willing to partner with us, because we must know that BOT is not a new system that we are bringing in. We know that the N3 was built through a BOT system, and that this year, the private sector will hand over that road to Sunrail. So it is not something new that we're inventing. BOT and ROT has been part of government. And indeed, we have done consultations, and the private sector is willing to partner with us and operate the properties for 20 to 25 years and hand it back to government. So we are not reinventing something new. The living proof of that is the N3. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. You may go and take your seat for a while. Thank you. As I invite the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development on the virtual platform. Honorable Minister, question is question 213.
Thank you so much, House Chair, and good afternoon to all the honorable members on the call and physical with yourself. Honorable members, you will recall that as the department, we recently...
Order. Wait, Minister. No. We have to listen to the answer. Otherwise, you'll be asking new questions. What is it? It's not here. It's these things, these gadgets. No, proceed and keep quiet, please. We all want to listen. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chair. As I was saying, that the National Assembly recently adopted the National Enterprise Small Amendment Bill, which amongst the objectives that it sets is to establish the Office of the Ombuds. And what will this office do is to also focus on late and non-payment of service providers for small enterprises by both the private and the
Honorable members, order, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the person who asked the question needs to know what to say when he makes a follow-up question. What is your problem? He's not banning, it's only the gadget and the network. What's your problem? Keep quiet, please. Honorable Minister, as you come back, you switch off your camera because that's what they are concentrating on. What is it, Honorable McPherson?
No, we don't know if she's been kidnapped or she's being held hostage.
You're
But it's
wasting my
not
time,
normal to see
Honorable
something like that.
McPherson. You're wasting my time. Honorable Minister, there's something wrong with your picture, and that is why they are making noise. Just switch off your video and answer the question. Order. Honorable Minister, they've been making noise. I'm giving you your full 4 minutes to restart your reply. Thank you.
Thank you so much, House Chair. The department had presented to the National Assembly the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill, which provides for the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds Service. That will, amongst its other functions, focus on the late and non-payment of legitimate invoices for small enterprises by both public sector and the private sector. Now, in the same bill that has been adopted by the National Assembly, we also stating certain provisions for unfair trading practices. And in those, the bill describes the rights of small enterprises, and one of these rights is the right to a reasonable payment date and interest on late payments. Furthermore, honorable members, as the department, we are busy finalizing an IGR framework for SMME and cooperatives development. The framework aims to provide adequate IGR structures for our portfolio to coordinate and direct the policy discussions on SMME development across the 3 spheres of government. The framework further introduces an M&E tool to advance a coordinated planning, implementation, and reporting on the impact of government's interventions on SMMEs. This tool is composed of indicators that are aligned to the MTSF and introduces indicators to monitor the ease of doing business for SMMEs. The 30-day payment matter is included in the tool as an indicator for all 3 spheres of government to report on. Further, we are following consultations with the National Treasury and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. We've made recommendations to the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Appropriation Bill to strengthen the enforcement of compliance to the 30-day payment obligation to ensure that all organs of state will pay invoices to small enterprises within the required time frame of the 30 days. We are also working with National Treasury to strengthen regulations on the reporting requirements for the late payment of legitimate supplier invoices to differentiate between small enterprise suppliers and large enterprise suppliers. This, therefore, honorable members, means that the department will be enabled to specifically follow up on the late payment of legitimate small enterprises. Thank you so much, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Mueller.
Thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive response. My question is, please provide us with an implementation plan based towards resolving the matter of non-payment and/or late payments of small businesses for products and services rendered and/or delivered to the clients who are mainly state organs. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As I respond to the honorable member that has asked the question, we're not able to put specifics, but as I outlined earlier, that the bill that we have submitted seeks to establish an office that will be dedicated to look at this. I am highlighting this, honorable members, because as things stand, the department does not have the regulatory powers until the bill is passed and signed into law. Then the Office of the Ombuds will be able to deal with that. In the earlier response, I did mention that we are working closely with the National Treasury and the Presidency to strengthen existing relations that we have and the regulations, therefore, that are in place. Now, this means that what we have proposed in the interventions that we are engaging these departments on is that the Treasury instruction that requires departments and municipalities to submit information on compliance with 30-day payment obligations be strengthened to allow for the differentiation of payment of small or large enterprises, as I said. I mentioned again that you are busy trying to ensure that the current systems that are in place that look at the national government, the provincial government, and the local government must therefore be integrated in a manner that allows them to be able to report this and we be able to make amendments when necessary. Now, the differentiation of the information according to the different size categories of enterprises will therefore enable the assessment and further analysis on non-compliance. As things stand, Chairperson, I would like to end there.
Thank you. The next follow-up question, Honorable de Villiers.
Minister, the number of invoices owed to SMMEs by the ANC government itself is older than 30 days and not paid by national departments at the end of June 2023 amounted to 1,406 invoices. That's a regression of 42% from the previous year, the end of 2022. The non-payment of invoices is not just unethical behavior, it is unlawful, as Treasury Regulation 823 states that unless determined otherwise, in a contract or in agreement, all payments due to creditors must be settled within 30 days from receipt of the invoice. Minister, if these payments are not being done, there are ANC-deployed state officials who are clearly breaking the law and creating hell for SMMEs. We don't need new bills. We don't need fancy reporting mechanisms. Minister, will you lead by example and stand up for small business and start laying individual criminal charges against these
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chair. It is a great concern that is being raised by the honorable member without playing politics around it. To start with, When we put laws as the ANC government, because even the payment within 30 days was a law that was a policy that was put by the ANC government, not any other person. Now, because of lack of clear regulatory mechanisms, it is difficult to charge officials. As much as the honorable member is quoting a piece of a section, but this new bill that you are bringing is what therefore will be able to enforce all these obligations that we're talking about and be able to charge those that undermine what we are talking about. It is a serious offense indeed not to pay small businesses because most of them are suffering. Most of them have been taken out of business because of the negligences of our officials at times and certain measures that are beyond the control. I, as the minister, as the honorable members urges or request that I stand up for SMMEs. This is what I'm doing. We all know, especially as the people who make the law, that this country functions in a regulated manner. A law is what you can utilize to give effect to your policy intention. Now, to act like we can willingly go and charge officials, it is malicious. And as I said, this is a serious matter for us in government. We don't need anyone to play politics around it. We continue to apologize to the SMMEs that are affected by this, which is why we make sure that we write to the responsible executive authorities to hold their accounting officers accountable. And this matter, we said, it must also be included in the performance agreements. Thank you once more, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machilelo.
Thank you. I'll take it on her behalf. Minister, has your department undertaken any study on the impact of non-payments and delays in payments of invoices that it has on the small businesses? If so, are you able to tell the disproportionate impact this has on small businesses owned by Africans in particular? And if not, why has such study not been taken? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that question. Because we are working with other entities in government, the Public Service Commission did conduct a study on this. And as we work together, of course, we do look at ensuring that where there are gaps that have been identified or findings that have been made, we then follow up on those. So yes, we did get on the findings that most small businesses are affected by the lack of payment or by the non-payment in 30 days. This is why we then went all out, province to province, issued consultations to all stakeholders to please support the bill that you are bringing. Because we realize that if we leave things be where they are at, we're not going to be able to grow this economy, that we are all clear that it can only grow, it can only create jobs when small and medium enterprises are thriving. So, Honorable Member, government has, although not through the department, has done the work that you are looking for. And this is why we're providing the remedial action to address those findings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Umhlonishwa Inkosi Luthuli, uBaba uSithole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm reading this on behalf of Inkosi Luthuli. Honorable Minister, considering that late payment have adverse effect for SMEs, leading to financial strain and in some cases business closures, what role does the Department of Small Businesses envision of technology and digital solutions in mitigating late payment challenges and improving financial management process for SMEs? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Enkosi Mhlonishwa Manibonge. Njengoko benditshilo, okwangoku isebe eli lijongene nokuphuhliswa kwamashishini asakhulayo nokoporotyenzi alikabi nawo amandla ngokomthetho okuba angakwazi ukuba kufakwe izibonelelo ezingancedisana nale ngxaki sithetha ngayo. Yiyo loo nto sithi ngoku sisalindele umthetho, sithi masisebenzisane nesebe elililo ngokomthetho elinikwe amalungelo okwenza loo nto, isebe eli le-National Treasury. Ngoku kwingxelo yam, kwimpendulo yam yakuqala nditshilo into yoba enye yezinto esizenzayo ngokusebenzisana nesebe eli le-National Treasury kunye nesebe eli likwi-presidency lijongene ne-planning, monitoring and evaluation. Sithi ke ngoku sijonga into yoba singenza kanjani into yoba sizise ubuxhakaxhaka obuza kuba integrated, obuza kwazi into yokuba isebe eliku-national, isebe elisephondweni nakumasipala likwazi ukufida into a reporting framework ezawukwazi into yoba isincedise ukuthi sijongane nale nto sitsho sikwazi uakhawuntisa abo ingabo abasibafumana benetyala. So sise kwi-process yokuyenza the system othetha ngayo Mhlonitshwa. Siyabulela ukanti nani niyayicinga uthetha ukuthi xa sesifika siyifaka amalungu eParliament aza kuyisapota kuba eneneni izawuncedisa ukusombulula ezi ngxaki zikhoyo koosomashishini abasakhasayo. Enkosi Sihlalo.
Sithokoze Mhlonitshwa. Invite Mhlonitshwa Deputy Minister Majola. Yes,
Chairperson,
Honorable McPherson.
I would just like to point out.
No, Honorable Majola, you can take your walk to the podium.
Thanks. I'd just like to point out that the Honorable Papo said that the ministers couldn't join us today because they were in some something. But we now just had a minister join us online. So where are the other ministers? then? Why can't they join us online?
I'm not going to get into that. Please don't put me there. I explained to you when I started who is here, who is not here, and they have got permission, their letters. I'm not going to get into that. Honorable Majola, order, honorable members. Honorable Majola, the question is 214 from Honorable Munakedi.
Thanks, Honorable House Chairperson. The leadership of the ANC caucus knows where our cabinet members are. Yes. They are preparing for the 7th administration of President Ramaphosa. SMMEs remain a vital cog in economic development to build sustainable livelihoods, especially in impoverished rural and township communities. The Limpopo provincial government and Messina Makati, SEZ, have developed an SMME empowerment strategy.
Honorable Tlakude, please mute.
As catalytic drivers of job creation by providing them with opportunities in terms of the development of the Messina Makati SEZ. The SEZ is currently funded by the Limpopo provincial government for infrastructure development phase of the project. Other forms of empowerment such as skills and enterprise development are being introduced. The SMME empowerment strategy has benefited 448 SMMEs, which have provided goods and services to the SEZ, valued at approximately 250 million rands. Just to give some breakdown, Honorable Chairperson, in the 2019-20 financial year, 70 MMMEs were empowered to the value of 12.7 million rand. In 2020-21, 87 to the value of 26.6 million rand. 21-22, 100 SMMEs to the value of 58.1 million rand. In 22-23, 112 to the value of 80.9 million rand, and 76.7 million for the financial year 23-24. The Department of Small Business Development, the DTIC and its agencies, RDC, NEF, have a range of programs for SMMEs. This includes financial and non-financial support, namely funding, market access, supplier development, exporter development, and support for Black industrialists, among others. With regard to part 2, Messina Makati has 2 sites, which is the north side in Messina and the south side in Makati.
There are no challenges of land ownership or control on the south side of the SEZ. The north side is located on a piece of land extending approximately 3,500 hectares, which belongs to the South African government, but is currently a subject of a land claim. In the case of the north side of the Messina Mercado SEZ, the legitimacy of the land claim has already been verified. The recognized claimants have no objection to the Messina Mercado SEZ development and have taken a community resolution and subsequently signed an agreement with the SEZ company, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Regional Claims Commission, and the claimants are currently working together to facilitate a land development right. So, Honorable Member, I would say that we are making good progress in the development of the Messina Mercado Special Economic Zone. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable GM. As I ask Honorable Mnakedi to make a follow-up question.
And thanks to the Deputy Minister for that elaborate response. My follow-up question is, which other SEZs have contributed towards growing the industrial capacity of South Africa, and what has been their impact in terms of job creation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable GM.
Thanks, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Monakedi, at the moment we have 11 designated special economic zones. There are 4 that are proposed, being the Namaqua SEZ in Northern Cape, Gunajala in Northwest, the Vals Special Economic Zone in Gauteng, and Tubas in Limpopo. The total entities that operate in these investments are currently 193. And we have an investment value of 30 billion rand. With these SEZs directly employ 25,000 workers. And in the last few years, we have been ramping up the program to ensure that we can expand the SEZs and create more jobs. I'm quite certain that with what we have seen with the implementation and the construction of the Tshwane Special Economic Zone within record time, that if we apply the same model to our other economic zones, that will rapidly increase the size and the quality of these special economic zones and double employment in the next 5 years. And I'm quite certain, as I said earlier, the administration that President Ramaphosa would lead would take forward this challenge to ensure that we double employment in special economic zones. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable McPherson,
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, for the last 8 years, the Department of Trade and Industry has spent roughly 1 billion rand on industrial parks across the country, from fixing fences to fixing lights and tarring roads. We were told that that investment in industrial parks would attract new businesses and new entrants into those parks, except they haven't. Those industrial parks are filled with funeral stores, spaza shops, and all other businesses except industrial businesses to drive industrialization within South Africa. This has been a policy of your government under former Minister Davies and Minister Patel. Do you accede and accept that the Industrial Parks Development Program has been an utter failure because you have refused to receive concessions from provincial government and local government to attract businesses to those parks? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable GM.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. So, Honorable McPherson, the industrial parks should not be seen in isolation. So we've got to see industrial parks together, working together with special economic zones as interventions at the district level to revitalize local economies. Our National Industrial Parks Program has put a lot of money into revitalizing industrial parks. And we would know that there are many of these that existed, including in the previous government. So we've taken a view that where it makes sense in local communities where employment is required, that will revitalize these industrial parks. So you say, Honorable McPherson, that these have attracted salons and small business like those you find in township economies. We are not shy about this. Those economies are important. They provide livelihoods to rural and township economies. So yes, they are not industrial, accept that, but we must not belittle the role that those small businesses are playing in the economy and in the industrial parks. So we combine that intervention on the industrial parks together with what we're doing in special economic zones. So we think that we're building anchors in districts to drive economic development. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Sanyana?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Deputy Minister, given the significance of the small enterprises in rural economies and the pivotal role of the SEZs and industrial parks, could the Deputy Minister provide a detailed update on the progress of support provided to small enterprises within the Messina Mercado SEZ, including the total number of beneficiaries thus far? And further, can you elaborate on the steps taken by the department to overcome the obstacle related to the land transfer for the development of this specific SEZ, including how far the claimants of the Mercado SEZ land have the progress is so far? Furthermore, can the Deputy Minister give us the report on the damage and the theft that was reported? Can you give us an honest account of what has been done moving forward to avoid such from happening in the future in the SEZ? Can I get more time?
Thank you. Your time is just now elapsed.
That is disturbing me. Others get
No,
more
don't
time. Can
worry
I get
about
more
them.
time?
I
But
will
I don't think he
respond.
heard me.
Take your seat. He
Okay,
heard
I
you.
don't think he heard.
He heard you. Sit down, Honorable Flonyani. Don't worry about what. Please switch off your mic. Please switch off your mic. Honorable Khadebe, why are you rising?
Chairperson, I'm raising on the issue of the follow-up question. The follow-up question must only be one.
Thank you very
It must
much.
only be one. You cannot be bombarded with 2017 questions.
Thank you. No, that's not how we work. Honorable members, listen. She stood on a point of order and I have to respond. Listen, honorable members, if you read Rule 1427, it tells you exactly what should happen when you do a follow-up question, especially in terms of the numbers. And again, in terms of the specifics, because if you are going to ask statistics and the numbers, that must be a question. We don't want thumb sucking in the house. So I rule that it is up to you, Deputy Minister, if you are going to respond to all the questions. Honorable Mani, before you respond, Deputy Minister, yes?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I'm rising on a point of Honorable Khadebe co-chairing this session.
No, no.
I think the chair is quite competent to chair.
Order, honorable members, it is the work of the whip to do that. There's no co-chairing and he's not disturbing my role here as I'm seated here now. He's actually assisting me. Let's proceed, Honorable GM.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I'm quite happy to reply to the question. The only challenge, honorable members, that I had already responded to the questions in the written reply, I have said there's Musina Makado SEZ has supported 448 small, medium, and micro enterprises in Limpopo. I have said that the total amount that has been allocated or that was used to support these small businesses is 255 million rand. We have now asked a new question. So let me complete by saying that you underline the important role of small, medium, and micro enterprises. So the approach of the NC government is that if we are to grow the South African economy, we've got to expand the size and the quality of the small business sector. In fact, President Ramaphosa counsels us all the time that in an economy like ours, we can't grow at a faster rate unless you expand the size of the small business sector. So it is something that we are focused on, Honorable Member. So on the last new question that you asked about some damage that I have no knowledge on, I am be prepared to get the information from you so that we can look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we proceed to Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Deputy Minister, it is commendable that your department are assisting the rural areas with enterprises in so many ways. And one of the ways is industrial parks. And my question is, in the one of the industrial parks is the Halal Park, and we've also been told that will bring R1 trillion to South Africa. I want to know what progress has been made and whether you're optimistic that Halal Parks will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Firstly, let me commend you for your constructive engagement all the time during the sessions. Let me start by saying that if you take the Saldanha Bay Special Economic Zone, or what is called legally the IDZ, here in the Western Cape. So there's a portion of it that is dedicated to aquaculture. So it would ensure that it accommodates what Honorable Hendricks is talking about. And I must say that the Special Economic Zone in Saldanha is doing quite well, including the one at this, which employs 423 workers, by the way. So the challenge we have, Honorable McPherson, that we've got to address is the fact that your government here in the Western Cape doesn't want to provide support to the special economic zones, leaving the weight on national government. As a matter of fact, I have been to these SEZs many times. We have invited the provincial government of the Western Cape. You simply don't pitch. So I do want to ask you that if you want these special economic zones to work, you've got to speak to our provincial government to give more support. They need operational funding. We have given money to the extent that we can as national government. So the Western Cape government should come to the party. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. As I allow you to take your seat, thank you. And invite the Honorable, I will now invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises back to the podium as we deal with question 241 asked by the Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Progress since June 2019, one on board interventions and governance measures 2019 to 2021. Following governance breaches measures, including lifestyle audits, and enhanced commercial governance processes were implemented. The Zondo Commission is investigating into state capture led to increase scrutiny and ethics focus. Ministerial intervention strengthened governance structures. On leadership changes and stability, 2019-2023 leadership transitions, including the resignation of Mr. Pagami Hadebe, prompted interim appointments and eventually permanent replacement. Mr. Andre Director's appointment as GCO in January 2020 provided stability, though his later resignation in December 2022 necessitated further leadership changes. On continued governance enhancement 2021-2023, despite transitions, governance efforts persisted with appointment of the new board members bringing diverse expertise. Mr. Mteto Nyati, appointment as chairperson ensured continuity and stability. The current board, comprising 14 directors, remains focused on addressing governance challenges and enhancing operational efficiency. Recent appointments of the group chief executive, Mr. Dan Marokani, and group chief financial officer, Mr. Khalib Kasim, underscores ESCOM commitment to stability and effective leadership. On Transnet, progress since June 2019, shareholder intervention and governance measures 2018-2023, Minister Gordon appointed an interim board in May 2018 to address governance issues. Leadership changes ensured, including the termination of former group CEO, Mr. Siabonga Kam. On strategic repositioning governance enhancement, governance reforms involved restructuring and appointing prescribed officers for regularity compliance. Strategic efforts focus on customer service, asset utilization, and cost controls backed by ethical leadership. Board composition was periodically refreshed for enhanced performances. The current stage 2023-2024, a new board was appointed in July 2023 to bolster corporate governance. The board features diverse directors. February 2024 saw the appointment of Group CEO Officer Ms. Michelle Phillips and Group Chief Financial Officer Ms. Nosipo Mapumulo, ensuring stability and effective leadership at Transnet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, this being the last oral session of questions to ministers in the 6th Parliament, surely it would have been expected that Minister Pravin Gordhan should be here in this House to face and answer for his dismal failures. So, Mr. Deputy Minister, having noted that the Minister will be resigning, of course, caps a disastrous tenure. Both you and him have left behind a trail of destruction within state-owned enterprises. Perhaps a serious indictment to the legacy that both you and Minister Gordhan have left behind. ESCOM, Transnet, and many other SOEs, Chairperson, are in a much worse state than we found them, with some on the verge of collapse, Minister. Since your and Minister Pravin's appointment as Ministers of Public Enterprises, South Africans have spent more days in the dark than at any other time since the crisis began some 17 years ago. It is under both your and Minister Gordhan's custodianship that SOEs have become dependent on taxpayer-funded bailouts. I'm sure you full well digest that, Honorable Deputy Minister. Because you see, colleagues, in 2023, Thabo Mbeki said, and listen carefully, nothing has happened to renew the ANC. And he was not lying. Minutes from the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee show that the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee is still meddling in the appointment process at ESCOM and Transnet. And all of you know that. So my question, Minister, as the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises, why have both you—
Honorable Isaac, you wasted time on the preamble. Your time is now up.
Why have you allowed the cadre deployment policy to continue?
You get that question. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you,
Order,
Chairperson.
honorable members, order.
Unfortunately, you didn't go to your question, but I'll respond to some of your preliminary remarks. One is that we should not undermine the period of the state capture that took place, particularly in 3 or 4 of the entities in the department, Lexco, ESCOM, Transnet, and there's a 4th one, yeah, SAA. So therefore, that magnitude of the state capture had indeed collapsed majority of those particular state-owned entities. So, and this state capture started even before Gordon arrived, even before I arrived. But we inherit whatever you find as a deployee being deployed in that environment to go and fix and correct. And we did what we could under the circumstances to revive the state-owned entities. It's only SAA that was difficult amongst them all. And that's it. And on issues of the South Africa spending more days in DAG, we really know and we're aware of the challenges. They only did not start now. They started at the time when my government, the ANC government, and it has acknowledged it to say, when ESCOM came to say, you are busy telling us to connect every citizen in South Africa, where we have reached the 95% target for that matter, of villages, homes in the urban areas, in the rural areas, in towns and cities, we are going to be having crisis because the source that generate is limited. It was designed for few people under apartheid. And you remember that. And therefore, by connecting so many people, they said build, and we did not take the immediate decision to build. The building started later, and hence these shock problems of the load shedding. But we are dealing with the load shedding now, and then indeed it will be resolved soon in South Africa. And the minister has been saying it that we are on progress. We are definitely going to do so. And the ANC, when after the elections will still be in power, will then begin to finish our work of resolving the load shedding.
Thank you. The Honorable Swart.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP shares the concerns with the state of ESCOM. And if the load shedding crisis isn't bad enough on its own, the dysfunctionality at Transnet undermines economic growth, with some estimates that Transnet's logistical problems are costing the country a staggering 1 billion rand per day. Honourable Deputy Minister, going forward, are you of the view that the involvement of the private sector will assist matters at Transnet, together with the appointment of Transnet veteran Michelle Phillips and others to the board, given the crucial role that Transnet plays in the economy of the country? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jim.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, I mean, we really need to ensure that the logistics sector is resolved soonest. We are also looking at other options other than just dependent on the fiscus, but the money that was allocated by the Minister of Finance in the recent budget towards Transnet will help a lot in now beginning to push maintenance, repairs, and replacement, because a lot of vandalization and theft has taken place in a number of aspects there. And we'll then definitely use it to that maximizity and ensure that the ports are operating maximally. And one, if we look at Mozambique and Namibia, they've been roped in the private sector. Green Road, our own South African company, is operating in Maputo. And all the trucks are now diverting from our ports to go there. It's something that is not very good for an economy of our size. So we'll definitely be ensuring, therefore, that we optimize those ports and then we really maintain and we bring in the new equipment, because one of the issues that kill Transnet is old equipment that are very slow, and we are also beginning to look at that target. So the management of Transnet is going to be focusing in with the money that is now starting to flow in on the 1st of April. They will be definitely be rolling that money to ensure that indeed our ports operate optimally. And where definitely we need to have concessions to also allow for the concessions, as they did in Mozambique, as they are doing in Namibia, we could do so, but the infrastructure will remain 100% state-owned. And then the concession will come in for 25 years or 30 years, leave the infrastructure after the return of the investment to allow for the modification and modernization of our infrastructure so that the logistics can then perform and not affect the economy as it did. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Makata.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Actual Deputy Minister, in a nutshell, these other members were asking questions before me. They were trying to ask you to share with us the progress that has been made by both ESCOM and Transnet since the debt relief and debt guarantee were advanced for ESCOM and Transnet, respectively.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. With the Comrade Makaya, sorry, Honorable Makaya, with the money that ESCOM received, it has helped a lot in terms of the liquidity of ESCOM, and is able now to procure the transformers that needs to be replaced across all the power stations. And I think you can see the trucks that are coming in loaded from the ports on that equipment on the roads that needs to travel only on Sundays to go and replace the old machinery that is there in our power stations. So it is now beginning to yield that, and also the liquidity issues are also helping ESCOM to go to the market, but under the treasury conditions as put to them, so that then they can also now begin to really ensure that their balance book is perfect. They're able then to maintain and wrap up maintenance of this particular station and perform as a company across, including dealing with the new 3 company separation that are taking place, the generation, the transmission company, and also the distribution company, slowly without any challenges going forward. But as you know, that ESCOM is also being owed by you South Africans and also the private sector, billions and billions of rands. And I think we really ought to tackle that particular issue so that going to the fiscals become minimal, because South Africans are now contributing by paying for their services and ensuring that municipalities pay ESCOM, and then also private sector pays, and government is also owing ESCOM billions of rands. They are also able to pay. But there are challenges of billings obviously within there, but we hope that will resolve that so that the liquidity challenges of ESCOM can then be resolved. And Transnet is the same thing, that the money is only flowing in now in April, Honorable Makanya, and we hope therefore that the plan that has been approved by the department on the turnaround strategy will then be rolling out, and you will see in a few months to come changes that are now beginning to see logistics taking up and then being enhanced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We proceed now, Honorable GM, to question 229.
Chair.
Asked.
Just want to rise on a point of order, please.
Okay.
Chairperson, the Deputy Minister previously said, and I'd like you to go back and look at the Hansard, because he misled Parliament when he said the Western Cape has not given a single cent to the industrial park. I've just checked with the MEC, and they have given 50 million rand.
He's not
so he is
Honorable
McPherson. He should be sanctioned for that because he knows it.
Honorable McPherson, please don't do what you are doing. Don't do it. You know, when you are dissatisfied, what are the processes in this parliament that you can use? You don't expect me to do that. I'm here making sure that there is a process. You know the rules and the processes of this parliament, stick to that. Don't put me in those things. My role is not that, please. And that's not a point of order. As we proceed to question. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honorable Nkosip Teles, Babu Tebekhulu, Nkosi Tebekhulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, missing out on such a large portion of economic activity is something the country cannot ill afford. In terms of our unemployment rates and high cost of living. The question then will be whether the department has any strategies that are being employed to attract and retain skilled talent within ESCOM and Transnet to drive improvement, performance, and efficiency, especially amongst the youth that are funded under NSFAS. What will your response, Deputy Minister?
Thank you. Honorable GM.
No, thank you very much. Indeed, we are having programs within ESCOM, DNL included, and also Transnet to ramp up skills development. However, there were challenges with the National Skills Fund. And I just come from a meeting with the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Manamela, this week, where we had to bring all the entities to say why the programs are no longer going. And they did indicate that ESCOM decided to abandon the program because of the challenges that they had experienced. And now we're looking at those so that we can ramp up the skills. And also Transnet and DNL, they have been owed millions of rands by the National Skills Fund. But there were issues of compliance with the AG audits that they needed to comply with. And by the end of this April, definitely the issues will be resolved. New programs will be now rolling out to ramp up the skills. The retention of the skills we do happen, but the competition is very high, where people get better offers overseas or elsewhere or within South Africa. So it's very difficult to contain them because they have been offered better than what the government is paying. And some of the skills are the necessity, it's the skills that we need, but we are developing at the same time new skills that can be fused in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we proceed to question 229, asked by the Honorable Mhlongo to the Minister of Public Enterprise.
Honorable Mhlongo, at each point in time, ESCOM considers what maintenance is required in the future. This is aligned to what we call Life of Plant Plan, LOPP, and refined into a 5-year maintenance plan. Outages are then scheduled on an annual basis, taking all constraints into account. The Generation Recovery Plan has identified specific interventions to gain megawatts. And this work has been prioritized so that as of January 2024, a total of 3,510 megawatts had been recovered. So therefore, this plan is really working. It's now beginning to produce results. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mhlongo.
Ngiyabonga, Chair. Deputy Minister, without referring to independent power producers, while keeping in mind the maintenance backlog that you have, even though you have explained that there's now few megawatts that we've put into the system, what could you explain what is the ESCOM's, what are the steps taken by ESCOM in order to enhance its power generating capacity in order to ensure a reliable electricity supply to meet the currently growing demands? And then when you speak of load shedding, Minister, always say load shedding is going to come to an end, Deputy Minister, but there are no time frames that are put there. And lastly, it's very problematic. Lastly, before we sit down, there was earlier a prophecy that you will be a minister. Let's give you facts, Deputy Minister. After the 29th of May, you will not be a minister. Tell them to quickly remove Pravin and now before elections, then only make you a minister, because after that, your political party will be on the opposition benches.
That's personal. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable GM.
No, thank you. Earlier, Honorable Piri prophesied. I don't know what is that prophecy, and I was cancelled here that when a prophecy comes, you don't postpone it. And then I was told that I must go back to the stage and say, I receive. So it meaning therefore that the ANC is going to be in power, and then indeed, whether the prophecy will be real or not, so long as the African National Congress is in power, that is happy, that would be happy. In terms of the steps, I think the Minister of Electricity is
Honorable
visiting
GM.
all power
Honorable
stations.
Isaac, what is it now?
No, I was just wanting to check through you, Chairperson. Is the minister got a hut at the back of his house also?
Aye, man. Man.
Hut, a hut.
Honorable Isaac, I don't even understand what you are talking about, and I'm not going to go deeper into that. You are just out of order. That is a frivolous point of order. Proceed, Honorable GM.
I wish Parliament was not coming to an end. I was going to get you in the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Isaac. So you are lucky. No, I was just in there for the Minister of Electricity is visiting, almost done 8 or to 10 of them now, the whole of this week, just to go and look at that particular maintenance plan and the results that is now beginning, besides the yielding of the 3,510, but also the preparations for winter, but at the same time, whether we can at a point announce that we are now ready to end load shedding by which date? You want the date? Can he finish observing the maintenance and the progress? But load shedding is going to end. So that will then come and will announce at the right time, because we're working with engineers, we're working with people who understand, and then also the people in the market. And there's one engineer who has said that it will end in this period, but I'm not going to repeat it here. But otherwise, load shedding will definitely come to an end. South Africans will definitely, and we're working harder on it. And the improvement in the few months now, people will realize it, that indeed something is now fundamentally happening. Yesterday we had no load shedding, today there's no load shedding, suspended. So that is good news that is coming. So let's wait until the whole package is done and the Minister of Electricity will make the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Minister, since ESCOM has prioritized the execution of reliability maintenance across its power stations following the announcement of the energy action plan, what impact has it had on the energy availability factor? Assuming that others understand the plan, of course.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable GM.
Okay, obviously it's maintenance as number one. The replacement of the old machinery and the transformations that we are buying. But also in the market, it's not easy to get a transformer ready available for you. Other countries buy them in bulk. So the manufacturer will then go and say, you are on a queue because you only want 2 or 3. There are countries that are buying 25, 30, and 40, and then they will then consider them first. So it takes time, because majority of the transformers are not manufactured here in South Africa. We buy them elsewhere. So as a result of that, this maintenance plan had gone with a procurement plan of buying, so that then the delivery then gets aligned to the maintenance plan that are a 5-year plan and so forth. Secondly, the procurement with Mozambique for additional 1,000 megawatts is now happening since it was announced early last year. And we have been asking the Minister of Electricity, when is it happening? There were a lot of issues between the two countries, legal issues, the laws and what have you. Now that has been resolved, and soon we'll have that 1,000 coming on stream as part of the elimination of the load shedding, but also ensuring that there's energy availability factor going forward. And we hope, therefore, that other countries that still have capacity to sell to South Africa will do so, but we are ready to really buy and ensure that we resolve this load shedding. Thank you.
Thank you. Akbaralid Isaac.
Thank you, Voorzitter. Chairperson, question is to the Deputy Minister. The VGBE Treasury report on the poor performance at the country's 14 coal-fired power stations noted that Kusile Units 4, which is operated by the original equipment manufacturer, is the power station's best performing unit, with an energy available factor of 90%. The question is, what steps has government taken to allow original equipment manufacturers to operate all of Kusile and Medupi generation units. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Jim?
Well, noting the VGBE report, and I think it has been in circulation and publicized, and we might have read it, and it quotes extensively, obviously, on the performance of our stations. That is why the Minister of Electricity was on the road now to go and begin to then assess that report against what he sees on the ground. And indeed, it does confirm certain elements, but at the same time, there is better performance of some of the stations that were supposed to be at 90%. For example, Letabo in the Free State was supposed to be at 90%. It's one of the best stations that used to produce. But because of the coal factors and the wrong coal that had gone into there, so those issues ought to be eliminated. And you remember the coal cartel that was there in that coal belt and had really impacted on our capacity to maintain and breaking of order. So therefore, when the report has been assessed against the VGBE, a pronouncement will then be made public because Parliament will not be in session, but government is still functioning, and the minister will then give the accurate report vis-a-vis what he has found on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As there is no request for the first follow-up, I allow you to take your seat as we now welcome the Minister of Tourism and to respond to question 215 asked by the Honorable April. The Minister. Honorable Minister of Tourism. The deputy is in the house. If there is a glitch, I will allow the deputy to proceed. Okay.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. The response to the question asked by Honorable April is as follows. It is important that we should reflect that safety and experience is very critical for, I mean, it's a key factor for the success of any destination. And therefore, as a department working together with the South African Police Service, whose mandate is to ensure safer communities, we are collectively determined to do all we can to ensure that tourists have safe and memorable experience in South Africa. The measures that we've put in place in 2018, the department working together with a business developed a tourism safety strategy which addresses a number of safety issues. The bulk of the initiatives form part of the proactive measures, which are those initiatives that are to be put in place even before the incidents to minimize the risks. Some of the initiatives that are operational includes, but not limited to, the Tourism's Monitors Program. This program entails the recruitment and training of young unemployed youth who are then deployed to various identified attractions to assist the tourists with basic related and safety information. The tourism monitors are deployed to strategic port of entry, national parks, and other various attractions across the country to assist tourism and safety related information matters. The department during this financial year has put aside 174 million with the deployment of 2,305 tourism monitors. These monitors are deployed in all the 9 provinces. including entities such as Mvelo, Sanbi, Ismangaliso, and Sandpax. To date, the program is at 96 implementation. The second one is identification of hotspots. The process is about understanding some of the key areas where most of the crimes or attacks against tourists are taking place. Such information does not only assist in putting measures in place, but it also assists in countering the attacks in some of the identified areas to ensure that the risks of tourists is minimized. The department is also running a tourist awareness program together with the South African Police Service. We have also facilitated the establishment of provincial tourism safety forums. In terms of communities' involvement, as I indicated, the tourism strategy was developed working together with the private sector, as well as labor and civil society. The department is also running an awareness program in communities to provide safety tips to our tourists and our communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Akbar Ali Jabra.
Baie dankie, agbare die Deputy Minister. I would like to bring it to your attention that since unemployment is so extremely high, is there any intention by the department to employ more tourism monitors in the sector? Because we have realized that the scourge of attacks on tourists, especially the ones coming from airports in Gauteng and in Cape Town and in KZN, is out of hand. Is there any kind of plans like that? Thank you.
Thank you. DM?
No, thanks very much. We've already expanded the number of tourism monitors that we've put in place. We started with a very small number in the last financial year. We've now increased them to 2,305. And if budgets allowed, we'll continue to increase as we identify more hotspots that might arise, because as you know, there is continuous a shift from criminals. When they see that this site is closed, they open another site. So as they do that, we'll then be able to then employ tourism monitors to be able to deal with that situation. So the program, it's an ongoing program. But as we're saying, we're working with the South African Police Service. The more South African police increases their numbers, it also assists in deploying more police in some of these hotspots areas, so that we're able to make sure that we prevent the attacks of tourists. But we should all of us understand that the most important thing is to say, how do we create an environment that is safe to the total population of South Africa? Because once we reduce crime and create a safer communities in the entire population of South Africa, you will not need to have special focus on tourists, because the entire society will be safe and be able also to take care of the tourists as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Ismail.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the crime index in South Africa is 75.4. We've had many reports of tourists being attacked within our country. This does not promote tourism nor investment. Now, Minister, you just stated that the department has a record of all key crime tourism hotspot areas. Does the department have a database of crime against tourists? And please specify what type of countermeasures or proactive steps has the department with the Minister of Police implemented? I'm looking for the proactive steps that you've actually taken to empower tourists that actually come into our country to look out for certain potential crime in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
No, thanks very much. Crime statistics is not our responsibility. The South African Police Service is the one that has got the responsibility to announce the crime statistics. So, and unfortunately, they don't package statistics in the context of tourism or tourists that are being attacked. They release statistics for the crimes that has been committed in the country, regardless whether there was a tourist involved or not. So we'll not be able to provide the exact statistics as to how many tourists has been killed and all of that. We can only relate incidents that we know that has become public. But what is more important is that the proactive activities, as I've indicated, we've established a national safety forum, which forum is composed of the South African Police Service, the National Prosecuting Authority, the private sector, the labor, the civil society, that is able therefore to say what are the strategies, what are the plan, what are the activities and that we should use to combat attacks that might arise from on the South African on the tourists that might take place. With an MOU that was signed, as you might be aware, in 2019 between the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service and the Director General of the department. So that program, then we've started implementing that strategy. As I've indicated, most of the activities are proactive, which means we're providing tourists with information that is able, therefore, to give them tips on how to conduct and behave themselves when they are in South Africa so that they are able to have less risk of being attacked by criminals.
Thank you. The next question is the Honorable Matumba.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you only talk about crime in the tourism sector when a European tourist is a victim. Tourism destinations have become a far cry situation for our African brothers and sisters who are hired to be exploited because they are scared to report to authorities. What is your department doing to protect workers in the industry, mainly those that are far away in the bushes? And Chair, it's very much worrisome that ministers send their deputies to come and answer, knowing very well that deputies are not responsible for these questions. Ministers must come and answer for themselves and stop sending deputy ministers, because deputy ministers are not responsible for these things. Thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable GM.
No, thanks very much. No, it is incorrect and very much misleading. That when we deal with the issue of tourism safety, we only focus to Europeans. We don't look at who is being attacked. We don't identify people by color and by origin. The tourism safety strategy is targeted to all tourists who come to South Africa. But what we must also understand is that 80% of the tourist arrivals in South Africa are from the continent. So there's no way you will then prioritize the 20 over 80%, because the region is the one that sustains our tourist arrival. And therefore, we prioritize firstly them, but we prioritize any tourists that come into South Africa so that we make sure that they are all safe. I said we identify hotspots areas, regardless where that hotspot area is located. Whether it's located in the bushes, in the deep rural areas, in the towns, in the cities, no. As long as it is identified as a hotspot area, we then put resources there. For example, most of the spot hot are in 2 provinces, Western Cape, Cape Town, and Mpumalanga. That's where most of the hotspots are. And in Pumalanga, most of the
Order,
tourist
Chair.
attraction are in the bushes. are in
Order,
the
Chair.
Honorable Matumba, what's your problem now? The GM is busy responding.
Chair, my question was very much specific. It is talking about what is the ministry doing in protecting workers who are being
Okay.
beaten inside,
I think-
workers who are being beaten by the employers in the bushes there.
Okay, Honorable Matumba.
No, but the workers, how workers are treated, it's not the matter of tourism safety. It's not related at all. We're talking about tourist safety. We're not talking about how workers are protected in their workplaces. Workers belong to trade unions. Where they're being harassed and all of that is the responsibility of the trade union organization to make sure that the rights of the workers are not undermined by the employer. It has got nothing to do with tourism safety at all. So your question is misplaced.
Thank you. Honorable Sitole.
Angibonge kakhulu hlonishwa umphathi ohlelo nomhlonishwa usekela kaMokanga. Engicela ukubheka lapha mhlonishwa ukuthi phakathi kwamaphoyisa ne-department yezokuvakasha lukhona yini uhlelo enalo lokufundisa umphakathi ngengozi izwe lilengela kulo ngenxa zokuthi ubugebengu uma behlukumeza ama-tourist kuzogcina kungasekho imali noma mhlampe ukuthuthuka komnotho ezweni ukuthi lukhona yini uhlelo uma lunjalo uma lukhona lukumaphi ama-province uma lungekho mhlambe ikhona yini into engenzeka. Angithokoze kakhulu.
Thank you.
Angibonge mhlonishwa. Siltiko letekuvakasha njengoba bengishilo ekucaleni kwekuthi sinetinhlelo lesisebenzisako tourism awareness campaign. Le tourism awareness campaign siyenda nemaphoyisa. Kuba ma-officials e-department babambisene nemaphoyisa. Siwenda kuto tonke tifundza tala eSouth Africa. Depending ngekuthi nguphi la kunenkinga kakhulu khona. Nangabe inkinga ise Cape Town, sita like Cape Town, sito raise awareness. Nangabe inkinga ise Limpopo, we go to Limpopo. Nangabe inkinga ise KZN, we go there. So we've got an annual plan in accordance with the APP that we tabled to the portfolio committee. That will be running so many campaigns in a year. And then, so those campaigns are directed to where there is a high rate of a problem, safety on our tourists. So that's how we manage it. So that we are able to cover as many as possible. But we also do when distribute ama newsletters, distribute magazines. We also put in the website. We also develop various material as a caution to inform the tourists on what are the do's and what are the don'ts. And then we also run this program. We also embark with the embassy offices, where we also share them information with various embassies to be able to give the information to their own tourists that are coming to South Africa, so that we're able to make sure that everybody gets involved. So we have got programs in communities, as I've indicated, where those programs, we want the community to participate and take care and make sure that they contribute towards the prevention of tourist attacks in the country.
Thank you, Honorable DM. You may go take your seat as we now invite the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. The question is question 249, Honorable DM, asked by the Honorable Zondo. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I've been informed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has embarked on a program to refurbish existing buildings through the Renovate, Operate, Transfer program, which is a partnership with the private sector that allows the private sector to manage and operate a state-owned facility for an agreed period after renovating it at their own cost. This enables the private sector partner to recover the capital injected through rental income while they continue with the required maintenance. At the end of the contract period, the facility is returned to full management by the state in a well-maintained condition. The PPPs in their current form require multiple approvals at various stages of implementation, making the process long and cumbersome. This long and complicated process is discouraging for private sector partners as it takes long to reach the implementation stage to see their return on investment early enough. The DPWI is already working with National Treasury in this program through the Government Technical Advisory Center to ensure that identified projects are approved and implemented. The establishment of the Infrastructure Finance and Implementation Support Agency seeks to expand work being done by GTech and make the process of engaging in PPPs much easier. Though through this agency, the DPWI will most likely benefit from a combined project preparation and technical advisory from a single agency rather than the current practice of having separate entities providing these functions. The department is highly appreciative of the move to establish this agency as it will enable access to support in this critical program at a central point, ensuring efficiency and quick turnaround times for approvals. The agency will play a critical role in the successful implementation of PPPs, which are central to the department's plan to revitalize dilapidated facilities. The new agency will also assist the department in fast-tracking projects by providing exemptions that will be in line with the revised PPP framework, making it easier to implement projects. The new agency is also going to assist with the mobilizing private sector funding for the project pipeline. This will reduce the time it takes for departments to advertise and secure commitment from private sector funds. This will at the same time provide access to property development expertise that is not readily available in the private sector, ensuring that DPWI achieves optimal and best use of state properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question would be asked by Honorable S.S. Zondo. Honorable Zondo? We shall pass. It's on the line. Okay, unmute him. Honorable Zondo, the platform is yours. Okay.
Can I take it over, Chair?
Okay, Honorable Sole, can you take the question from the House?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, National Treasury has stated that with regard to public-private partnership regulatory framework, the red tape will be reduced by granting investors exemption of projects value below 2 billion from obtaining multiple approval. Considering that will fall under the roles of responsibility of infrastructure, finance, and implementation support agency, how will your department ensure oversight of approval granted for project below 2 billion to ensure that investors proposally aligned with your departmental criteria to installation to public infrastructure? I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The oversight will ensure that oversight will be done because it's DPWI. You must remember that we have our own CPM, which is the construction and project management team, which has its own professional team. So
for us to oversee that on the project below 2 billion, you must know that we also work with Infrastructure South Africa in the preparation of projects. So it will be manageable and easier for us to oversee that oversight through our own teams, and at the same time, using also the Council for the Built Environment, which oversees all our councils, which has all the professionals in it. We have created a database through CBE so that we build our own internal capacity, so that we make sure that we will do oversight on those projects that will be implemented, which are below the 2 billion mark. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable S.R. van Schalkwyk. Over to you, ma'am. May they, Honorable Gela.
Thank you, House Chair. I will take question for Ms. Galvik. Deputy Minister, how will Infrastructure South Africa and PMTE work with the Infrastructure Finance and Implementation Support Agents to support infrastructure development? I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Kela, closing the infrastructure investment project delivery gap, Infrastructure South Africa coordinates the registration of major infrastructure projects, including that of SOCs, public entities, municipalities, provincial government, national government, departments, and private sector-led capital projects. They help to develop a comprehensive and reliable infrastructure project pipeline, given the dissemination of technical and financial engineering capacity in the public sector to bring infrastructure projects to financial close procurement and implementation. Help lessen over-reliance on the fiscus in terms of public sector infrastructure investment programs, therefore focusing on preparing and packaging infrastructure projects, such as they can be blended finance candidate projects and private-public partnerships. In this regard, Infrastructure South Africa is utilizing its allocation of 200 million per year to prepare, package unfunded infrastructure projects and programs such that they are viable and bankable, and can therefore attract funding from the fiscus and financing from debt capital markets. These projects are part of the state's asset optimization strategy, which will enable the entity to enhance its revenue from upgraded properties that will generate market-related income, besides providing technical advisory services to the PMTE to asset optimization strategy. The PMTE will present the strategy for infrastructure so that to implement projects that can be implemented and will be viable and will be able to be completed in time. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That supplementary question will be asked by Honorable I.S. Sihlolo. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Minister, it's all good and well to establish mechanisms to fixing problems relating to restoring dilapidated DPWI infrastructure. The reality, however, is that since 2015, this department has spent well over 100 million attempting to establish an immovable asset register to keep record of all state-owned properties and land parcels. The Democratic Alliance has consistently raised the failure of the department in managing government properties through the property management trading entity. Properties such as those in Waterloo Green in Wynberg, Excelsior Court in Berea, Durban, and others have consistently been raised with your department. How then, Minister, do you anticipate to restore dilapidated buildings when you don't know where your buildings are? And if you don't know where your buildings are, how can you repair them in the context of Triple P partnership in relation to infrastructure development? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Sihlolo, we do know where our properties are. The only problem that we do have is that we've got an inconclusive asset register. And to mitigate and fix that, we are acquiring a PropTech solution that we are going to implement, which you yourself, we have presented to you in the portfolio committee, that we are acquiring that system because You know, Mr. Sihlole, as a member of the portfolio committee, that Akibas has not assisted us that much. Having since 2015, you are correct that since 2015, we have an Akibas system that was supposed to implement 10 modules, of which we have only done 1.5 to be correct. And with the type of properties we have, but acquiring the new property tax solution is going to assist us so that when we are maintaining the buildings would have been feeded into the system that will exactly tell you when a property has been maintained. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question on this will be asked by Honorable A.M. Siwisa. Honorable Siwisa, I guess, I'm not too sure. May we decide there or we shall pass? No, you can't do that. Honorable Advocate Mkhwebane.
Siyaxolisa, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes, I think there was a mix-up. Minister, your department has dismally failed to maintain its own properties through PMTE. According to you, public-private partnership will ensure that the dilapidated buildings are restored. With the introduction of the agency, how much is the department budgeting to contribute towards this partnership? Then in the past, your department could not even achieve your goals of maintenance. And during the day, I was even speaking to one prisoner who's been in prison for 11 years. And in one or most of the postponements is because the courts buildings are so dilapidated that even magistrates cannot operate in them. So I think this is very critical for the department to deal with things.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, even though ubutembuzo lomunye, but to respond to you is that PMTE in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have not had a permanent DDG at PMTE. We only employed a permanent DDG of PMTE in December of last year. Reason for that is that we have had acting DGs and we've only also appointed a permanent DG at DPWI last year. So what we had at PMTE is that you would have the DG acting as the head of PMTE because the positions are both on level 16. But I think now that we have a permanent DDG at PMTE and the strategies that have been put in place, surely yes, but I won't agree with it. There are magistrates that are not functioning because of the state of the buildings. I will not agree with that because that would need proof from your side because I don't know about that where I'm standing at. But to answer your question on maintenance, I've previously said this before when I was responding to questions that we are implementing a total facilities management program. Now through the triple Ps, it is going to work. Like I said, that the BOTs and ROTs are going to assist us, and it is not a new thing, it's a thing that has been there in government, but it was not being used anymore. And I also made an example of the N3 that if you may ask me that, has BOT and ROT ever worked before? Yes, it has worked with the N3. But the long and short of it is that we are putting a first phase. We are not just going to jump in and do a whole lot of buildings. We are doing 3 buildings as the first phase of ROT and BOT. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, question number 16216 has been asked by Honorable M.M. Ramadwa to the Minister of Transport. The Honorable Deputy Minister will respond to the questions from the House. Over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon to all the honorable members. Honorable Ramadwa and honorable members, yes, the department is certainly responding to the plight of workers and the poor and the vulnerable in terms of transportation. And maybe to be more specific, we must put it into context that a recent transport survey, which was published by the State South Africa, gave the following results: that of households who used a taxi, there's been an increase from 98 million to 11.4 million per annum. A significant decrease was recorded by households using buses from 2.9 million to 2.1, and train from 1.4 to 0.5 as their preferred mode of transport. What does that mean? It means, therefore, we have to pay particular attention to subsidizing taxi industry, as you have asked in your question. So what are we doing, therefore? We have put through cabinet a policy proposal that is going to change the current fragmented system of subsidizing public transport. It's fragmented in the way that you find that most of the money that we spend is going on buses rather than the taxis or even the trains, as figures that I've just shown you are indicating that most people prefer to use taxis. We are developing, therefore, a public transport subsidy policy that is going to replace the current policy that we are using that has resulted in the figures that I've already given you. And this is something that we are dealing with as we reorganize the things that are coming from the past. So the policy has gone through cabinet, as I said, and it is currently out for public comments. It was published on the 23rd of February. So for the viewers and South Africans who are interested in looking at what we are proposing, they are able to see it. The deadline is the 31st of March for comments on that policy. What is the policy seeking to reverse? The policy is seeking to address that subsidy on public transport must be based on modes. If it is train across, or buses and taxis. It does not discriminate against buses, which are, against taxis, which are moving the majority of the people. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be given to Honorable M.M. Ramadwa. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Doribu Amulisei Murangadzulo. Honorable DM, thank you very much for the comprehensive response. DM, what consideration are being made to subsidize the taxi industry in a manner that buses are being subsidized, noting that the majority of commuters and workers rely on taxis? Thank you.
I'll probably just amplify to that question, Honorable DM, in terms of responding.
Sorry, House Chair.
No, I'm saying amplifying to your response.
All right. Thank you very much, House Chair. As I already said, Honorable Ramadwa, the figures I've given you, which are coming from a State SA Transport House survey, indicated the figures that I've shown, that there's been an increase in the usage of taxis by households, a reduction in the usage of the normal bus, if I may call it that, and also trains. So that is what has triggered, other than, amongst other things, the department's position to review the policies that are there. So the policy that is out there currently, which was gazetted on the 23rd of February, is seeking to address exactly what you are raising, Honorable Ramadwa, so that the regime of subsidizing public transport is not based on a taxi or a bus or any kind of form. It is going to be leveling the playing field, so to say. So that will speak to the workers, because the majority of workers are using taxis. The majority of workers are using trains, which we are, by the way, already subsidizing in that industry. So the taxi industry is being taken care of. And also as part of our process of re-looking at it, the whole taxi recap system is also seeking to make sure that we formalize this industry. We are able to know where they are. They must be able to be properly registered so that when the subsidy comes to them, we are able to account for who is receiving it and what benefit is it to the commuting public. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.B. Mabena. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. The DA is deeply saddened and sends our heartfelt thoughts and prayers to all the victims of yet another Patco bus fire that happened this morning at 5 a.m. on the Moloto route R573 in Mpumalanga. We wish them a speedy recovery. Many of the workers who were on that bus, on average, spend about 38% of their earnings on transport, against an international acceptable benchmark of less than 10% of total earnings. This is mainly because of the total failure and refusal by this corrupt ANC government to implement the Moloto Railway Corridor. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the DA proposes that the subsidy be passed on to the consumer and allow the consumer to exercise choice in terms of the mode of transport they use instead of giving these subsidies to bus companies. When will you implement this rational solution by passing down the subsidies to the actual consumers instead of bus companies or taxi operators? Or are you waiting for the new DA government to implement it in June 2024, led by President Steinmeier? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister may respond.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabena. We do also indeed join you in sending our well wishes to those who got injured. And however, the question is dealing with subsidizing taxis, not the issue of the Moloto rail. So it's really thrown through the back door. However, we might assist in saying the issue of subsidizing of Patco, subsidizing of Golden Arrow in the Western Cape that we are in here, that is also not servicing the people in deep Khayelitsha and other areas. It's an issue that we said we are addressing through this policy, that I said it's out there. It is truly not acceptable that you have more than 800 buses that are running on the Moloto Road. But those people are subsidized already. So I don't know what difference it will make and how we will identify who needs the subsidy. Are we going to stand at the door and say, are you going to a taxi or a bus and give them money? So that is why the reconciliation of subsidy counts on how many passengers were in a bus. We are able to then compute and be able to pay to those who have rendered that service. And in essence, the main question is saying, how are we going to address it to the taxis? And we are saying, whilst we do not celebrate the number of people and every day that are using their money, but as I said already, and you will know, Honorable Mabena, that those who are using buses are much better off than those that are using taxis. So it's said that the people of Moloto must hear you saying that they must not be subsidizing taxis, because it looks like you are not worried about the taxis, but more by Patco. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable N.J. Nolujumbo. You will take it on her behalf.
No, thanks so much, House Chair. The question is, why did the government announce that the taxi subsidy will kick on the 1st of April 2021? And yet you knew that you were not ready to do so. Did you do this in order to get votes for the 2021 local government election? Why did it take the government 30 years to consider the taxi subsidy, having known they had a bigger share of the market? It seems like every time there's election, there's a norm in the ANC that they announce things.
but those things, there's no implementation. Can you please tell us why did you do that in 2021, but you did not do the implementation? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Well, if you're in government one day, and God forbid it shouldn't be when we are around, because we don't know what we'll see. You will notice that as government, you continue to govern, whether there are elections or not. You continue to govern. So we continue to govern. So the pronouncement of 2021 is being implemented through what I've already explained. There is a government gazette. Maybe let me repeat what I said. That pronouncement was not just a pronouncement because there were elections. It was based on an outcome of a States SA household transport survey, which showed us this distortion, which I alluded to earlier on of what is happening. In fact, Honorable Member, it further went on to tell us that in terms of the expensive or the cost of transport, the taxis are too expensive according to the survey. And interestingly, 7.6% of households in across the country indicated that. And proportionally, Northern Cape came out highest at 11.5. Why is it that? Because of the traveling distances that we know it's a vast province. So that announcement of 2021 was based on this survey, and then the response to that is the policy that I said we have already published, actually is out there on the 23rd of February. It's closing on the 31st of March, and I invite you, Honorable Member, and all other interested people to comment on that policy so that we can close any possible gap. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question on this will be asked by Honorable KP Sithole.
Asibonge, sibonge impendulo eqhamuka ku-DM. DM, lokhu lo mbuzo lona ngicabanga ukuthi u-Honorable Ramadwa awuqali namhlanje. Futhi-ke nawe ku-Portfolio Committee uyawazi lo mbuzo. Manje ngicela singabrashani manje. Ake sibhekane nesimo sokuthi abantu abaningi abantu abahamba ngamateksi. Futhi abantu abashona ngobuningi abantu abahamba ngamateksi. Uma ubheka uma kusubsidizwa noma mhlawumbe kuxhaswa abagibeli, hayi ilokhu ikhampani yamateksi, kodwa kuxhaswa abagibeli. Umbuzo ukuthi njengoba mhlawumbe ipolicy isazanya okwamanje, ngoba mhlawumbe ngayithatha ne-5 years noma 10 years ngoba awazi ama-changes azoba njani. Yini njengamanje ekhona noma enganceda ukuthi abantu abagibela amatekisi ngoba bayakhula bakwazi ukuncedwa kwehliswe uxhaso labantu abahamba ngamatekisi nabantu abahamba ngamabhasi?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Siyabonga sihlalo, siyabonga Jobe. Okutshoyo uqinisile kakhulu ukuthi asiyonto entsha. Yiyo lonto ngithi ngoba singuhulumeni okhathalayo, asifuni ukwenza nje sehle ngathi sehle emthini senze into esingayazi. Yiyo lonto sithethe kule survey ebesisho ebendikuxelela ngayo, sithi zintoni ezifuna ukulungiswa. Umbuzo wakho ke uthi ke Jobe kimi sijongene emahlweni mina nawe. Yini esiyenzayo njengamanje? Uyakhumbula ukuthi sinike abonoteksi bonke sithe mabeze phambili abanamateksi sibanikeze i-5,000 rand each ukukhawulelana nawo ngenxa yesimo abaphume naso ku-COVID-19. Njengorhulumente okhathalayo sibona uba baye basokola ngoba amateksi bengahambi. Sikhuphile leyo mali sibanikile sezipokothweni nathi. Uba sebeyidlile iphelile asingeni la. Okwesibini kweli veki liphelileyo Jobe, siphinde sayikhuphula leyo mali njengorhulumente okhalayo. Sithe songeza i-2,500 kuleya 5,000 ebesibanike yona already. Sithi mabeze onoteksi ngoku beze bayazi ukuthi bekudingeka ini, funeka ube ne-permit, funeka ube yonke into sikwazi uba ungumntu operatoryo
sikunike i-top up yale mali. So njengoba sikhuluma manje, leyo mali sinayo siyabanikeza ukuhlangabezana nabo nale nkinga yobana singekafiki apho sifuna uya khona ukubanika le subsidy ke job. Endifuna ukutsho ke job ukuthi uyijonge le policy ungafiki uzokhuluma eparlamente nje. Yijonge ucomment uzusitshela ukuthi le policy ayilunganga ngani. Sithi ke kulabo noteksi balaba ngaphandle nabanye abantu nogogo Dlamini naba bapha kubilatshi bakhwele itaxi sithi sikhona singurhulumente siyakhathala jongani le policy nisixelele basithini. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Enkosi. Honorable members, question number 240 has been asked by Honorable C.H.H. Hansinga to the Honorable Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. And thank you very much, Honorable Hunsinga, to the question. And the question really is talking about something that bothers us all, and maybe to come close to what Honorable Manyi was saying earlier is to how do we address the current general bad road surfaces across the country or the Republic? And that is the question we are really responding to. Honorable Hunsinga, firstly, maybe the context is to say, we have in the region of about 248 road authorities in this country. They are distributed at the local, provincial, and then there's one being South African National Roads Agency Limited. So that then says each and of these spheres has got a responsibility in their own area of control to fix the roads and the terrible condition that we find ourselves. So the question is, what are we doing as national government? Firstly, we have developed guidelines regarding the road asset management, which is enforced by making sure that we have made it a condition under the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant. The second issue that we've done is that the provision of the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant itself is an intervention of national government to these other two spheres of road authorities to assist them in terms of maintaining or fixing their roads. The program of Welisizwe Bridges, which is implemented through the Department of Public Works, is also amongst other interventions that we are doing. Now, Central directly is also assisting various road authorities with road projects as part of their community development portfolio of projects. An example physically is that the Msinkaba Bridge, which is being built as part of the N2 new road that is being built. The communities there in Lusikisiki, in Flagstaff, their municipal roads are being fixed as we speak now, as part of the injection by that project that is around. So that is what Sanral does in many other areas where they've got major projects. They don't just only look at this, they go around the municipal or provincial roads to assist those communities in that area. So where there are specific requests made to Sanral to assist roads authorities and that has funds for that, maybe they don't have technical capacity, Sanral does through entering in MOAs, assist these authorities to be able to fix those roads. On the second part of your question, Honorable Hunsinga, on potholes, what is it that we are doing? We will recall that there is a nationwide intervention which is dubbed Operation Valazonke, which was launched and it is still continuing as a direct intervention. However, the context of these authorities that I've mentioned is that it is the responsibility of those authorities to fix potholes. But this is just an intervention to try and assist. What has happened so far? Out of the 46,693 potholes that have been reported to date, we have repaired, or we have record rather, of 7,842 that have been closed. That excludes blacktop patching. By that, I mean those that are beyond just a normal or ordinary pothole that have been fixed. So the indications are that they are much higher because some authorities are not reporting. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Hansinga for the follow-up question.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, shockingly, the 2023-24 road program budget shows a decrease of 32% from 60 billion to 42.6 billion. Looking at what is planned for the next financial year and allocations intended for each funding category across the three spheres of government, it appears that 80% of the 17.4 billion rand cutback will directly affect road funding to provinces and road funding to municipalities. Will you please explain the reasons for such a distrustful decision? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As you would know, Honorable Hunsinga, thank you very much first for those specific questions. As you would know that the function of budgeting or apportioning budget is really not the function of the Department of Transport. We do put our wish list and we put our dreams, and unfortunately these get cut, amongst others in the way that we have just said. But we do not just fold our arms and say the budget has been cut, what then do we do? We have gone on an aggressive campaign to invite private sector to partner with us, to partner with authorities, to try and alleviate or meet us halfway in that. In which sense, in the area, for instance, of mining, you'll find that many of these roads, be it provincial, national, or local, there are damages coming directly from trucks that are going into mines. And those miners are definitely benefiting for that. So we are saying to these people, they need to adopt a road. By that, we mean they must take a responsibility or part thereof to maintain that road because they are contributing to that. And we have seen a very good response, particularly around the mining sectors, to say we acknowledge that we are also part of this, so we will come to the party. And on the other side, we are now saying to Treasury, as part of our allocation of the grant money, we must able to force the authorities to put aside the required maintenance budget, because most of these roads, part of the problem is that they do not maintain them or they do not budget for them. So we acknowledge that, yes, there is a shortfall of money, but we are saying, what can we do to try and alleviate that? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable M.M. Ramadan. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable DM, you have indicated that SANRAL is involved in assisting both province and local government in refurbishing and also fixing potholes. Can you tell us which provinces is SANRAL doing that? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Well, from the top of my head, I can say there has been in the last year more than 17,000 kilometers of roads, thereabout, which have been transferred to SANRAL. And of the provinces that have made this particular request, I'm acutely aware of the Free State, which I think is the most, with about 800 kilometers that they've transferred. I'm aware of the Eastern Cape. Those two come to mind immediately, Honorable Ramadwa. And but all provinces, the minister has been on a roadshow to all provinces, meeting MECs and premiers, indicating that certain strategic roads, by strategic we mean those that will go towards improving economic activity, tourism, or all other strategic things where they are battling, they should consider transferring them to SANRAL for their assistance. So the direct answer is all provinces have been invited. All provinces at different levels are considering that request. But from the top of my head, the Free State, as we speak now, has had the most kilometers of roads being transferred to SANRAL for them to continue doing that. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable N.J. Noluchungu. Over to you, ma'am.
I'll take it on her behalf, Chair. Deputy Minister, how much has been spent in dealing with potholes so far? And why did you not employ artisans directly instead of doing it through the tender system? We are asking this question because it is cheaper to employ people directly, meaning that more jobs will be created. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you to the Honorable Member on behalf of Honorable Noluchungu. It is not correct that we are doing closure of potholes through a tendering system. I have just explained, which I will repeat, but more truncated than what I said earlier, that our role in the operation we call Valazonke is coordination. Coordination in the sense that we've developed an app where people can download it and report there and then where they see a pothole. That is then transmitted to a central point in Midrand where there are engineers and there are people, by the way, where jobs have been created there, to collect this information and redirect it to the particular authority where that recording would have come from. It is the responsibility of either that local authority or the province to fix that pothole. And where I am, Honorable Member, I'm not able to say what means do they use to close that pothole. Do they use their own employees or do they have tenders? Because as I said earlier in explaining the distribution of this role to road authorities, it would be either at the local sphere or the provincial sphere, which have got autonomy to manage their roads. But our intervention must be seen as an intervention because of the failure of these authorities, either local or province. In the instance of Sanral, which is directly under the Department of Transport, I'm not aware that there is a major problem of potholes, but where there is, the response time is much quicker. So we do not employ private people as National Department to close potholes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Question number 1218 has been asked by Honorable F.E. Kumalo, the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I'm earning my salary today for standing here and listening to Honorable McPherson. PRASA last provided a full service in the 2015-2016 financial year, which was, at the time, we were able to run all 40 lines, or what we commonly known as corridors, and transported around 450 million commuters during that time. The various commuter rail service corridors, which are highly subsidized by government, are in a eThekwini metropolitan municipality, surrounding areas in KZN, Gauteng province, Cape Town particularly, and surrounding municipalities in the Western Cape, and lastly, Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Bay municipality in the Eastern Cape. We do all know that there's been a lot of lapses within PRASA, where we saw vandalism, we saw the decline in terms of people using this service. The department and PRASA, they are hard at work to recover these particular corridors. So the figure that I gave you was a last credible figure in that financial year that we have. As of the 2023-24 financial year, PRASA has moved now 35 million commuters against the 40 that I said at the time that they had moved. And this is out of 40, as I've said, of these during this financial year. And this has been recorded since there has been the revitalization, the recovery, and the building program to recover these corridors that were vandalized through the lapses that I already alluded to earlier on. Now, These are not numbers that we are happy with, but as we recover these corridors, we are able to see an increase in the numbers of people. There are major challenges, as you have asked, Honorable Member, in doing this recovery and rebuilding program. And amongst others is the consistent community disruption, especially through the so-called construction mafias who are masquerading as business forums and community representatives, communities that are occupying strategic railway reserves and building settlements in certain areas in the road reserve and lines, as we have seen in the central line here in the Western Cape. So this process of resolving this informal settlement in the city of Cape Town, for instance, is continuing, and we are sure that we will resolve it very soon. So, but in terms of making sure that we address that program, PRASA has developed a long-term strategy to curb occurrences. So we have developed a long integrated security strategy, which we are seeing yielding results. And we are seeing it's yielding results because we are not seeing any increase in terms of vandalism. Where we have recovered lines of corridors, there has not been any reported incidents that we know of a redress in those areas. So this strategy involves, among other things, security services, drone technologies, building security walls along the hotspots, and so forth and so forth. Thank you so much, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable F.E. Kumalo. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, DM, for the detailed answer. However, I have this question. How many commuters is PRASA transporting per annum compared to when it was at its peak? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. As I already alluded to in my primary response to the original question, as at 2015-2016 financial year, there were 450 million commuters that were moved across 40 corridors, across the areas that I've already alluded to. In terms of where we are now, 23-24, where we have got 25 lines or in 25 corridors, we are seeing approximately 35 million people that are being moved. That number is not where it should be. I must say there has been quite a lot of restrictions in terms of the movement of these trains, because part of the vandalism crippled the system, the communication system, which is called the signaling system. So as a matter of mitigating or intervening such that we don't have crashes on these tracks, the train's speed are being reduced, and the number of the trains that can be on a particular route is also limited through the rail safety regulation or regulators' instruction. So that has caused a reduction in those numbers. But we are seeing a very good increase in terms of numbers as we recover. In fact, by the end of this month, there will be 4 more corridors or lines that will be added on. And these are certainly coming in very handy in terms of assisting the working class, students, and the people who are vulnerable, as we experience that many people we come across and speak to in these trains, they say they come in through the train, they are paying almost 3 times less than what they used to pay in either a taxi or a bus. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.P. Mabena. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I tried to say supplementary number 4 in the previous round, but didn't recognize it.
No,
But anyway,
Mabena, let's correct that. You have to book. The presiding officer must know upfront. Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you. Jambas, over the past 14 years, PRASA has lost a frightening 90% of their passenger numbers. In 2009, PRASA was receiving revenue worth almost 300 million rands annually. However, currently PRASA is bleeding and behaving like any other typical ANC state-owned entity and not making any profit. Minister, the truth of the matter is that these supposed recovered corridors aren't in actual fact full recoveries. Because your department, and by your answer, the department is trying to pull a fast one on citizens. For example, when you say you've recovered a corridor, if any line has about 4 stations, the train will only stop at only 2 stations and then will jump the other 2 stations. But then in your reporting, in all your reports, you report that as a full recovery, which is not true, and that needs to be corrected because you are in actual fact reporting on something that has not happened. So a full recovery is when the entire line has been recovered, all the stations are active, and then you can be in a position that you say that you are that you've recovered those. And so now, can you make a commitment in terms of when are you going to be making these comprehensive
Thank you very
recoveries
much.
and
The time
reporting
is
them
up, Honorable
correctly?
Mabena. The-
Or are we waiting for the
Honorable
government
Mabena,
to do it for
the
you?
time is up.
Thank you.
The Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. You know, as somebody said yesterday, that there is a 4th season or a 5th season called the silly season. I know my colleague, Honorable Mabena, is a very good listener. He didn't even hear me now saying here publicly that albeit there are recoveries, but they've got limitations. I said it here. I acknowledge it. Now you come and want to make it as if it's a new fact that you have just discovered from a DA-run and non-existent government that will come from the moon. It is not true. I have acknowledged that these corridors that have been recovered are not fully recovered. I mentioned reports of the rail safety regulator that, for instance, I made an example. You see, that's the problem. When you ask a question, you must allow me to answer. That's why I listened to you. So would you just learn to listen if you are going to be in government? It's going to be very critical. Yeah, so so I'm saying that I mentioned an example of RSR which limits speed. I acknowledge that and said this is not where it should be. So when will that be? I cannot give you an exact date because there are many aspects. Now, when you are not in government, you just see a train running, you don't know what goes into it. Now we can educate you, those who are in government, that there are a lot of aspects that goes in. There is what we call a signaling system. Outside here, I'll educate you what it is. And so that you can understand. There is also maintenance of rolling stock that I'm sure you do not know. So I said to you, at the end of this month, there will be 4 trains that are coming. So it's something that is ongoing, that we are recovering. And I'm sure every time we announce what we are doing, because we want to go back where we were. We are not where we are, and we are not proud
Thank
of
you,
it at
Honorable
all.
DM.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
House Chair.
Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable N.J. Nolutungu. I guess one of, yeah.
So I'll stand in for her, Chair. Deputy Minister, whilst you are dealing with the restoration of commuter rail transport infrastructure, what is it that you are doing? What have you done to ensure easy access and safety of wheelchair users?
Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much. As part of us recovering these corridors, we are also doing a station modernization. It's a specific project. This is in line with the EMUs or Istimela Saband, which is being rolled out. Because as we roll out these new trains, you'll discover that at station, the platform is uneven to do this. So we are gradually adjusting the platforms to make sure that they are in line to give proper access to that, which universal access to all those. Where there is a serious problem, we have our marshals or security which would put up a ramp as a temporal measure to assist those that need assistance. But as part of our overall strategy of dealing with universal access across public transport, including trains, we are at the end of April. If I'm correct, it's about the 19th or 29th of April, holding a universal access summit where we want all people who are affected by this universal access limitations to come and speak for themselves, so that we do not only address the PRASA issue as you have asked, Honorable Member, but we address universal access in taxis, in buses, and in all other modes of transport. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable KP Sitole.
Angibonge sihlalo, ngibonge kumhlonishwa DM. Mhlonishwa, Jobe, buyisela kwabantu ku-railway uhamba ngonyawo lonwabu. Uhamba kancane. Kuthi hamba kancane nje i-vandalism imngenhla elokhu. Ukuntshontshwa kwempahla ku-infrastructure kumngenhla. Manje ke umbuzo wami uthi ngoba nakuma-officials akwa-PRASA kukhona abathintekayo emntshontsheni. Kuzokwazi kanjani ukuthi isimo sisonke sisebenza ngaso ukubuyisela kwabantu ey'timeleni kube nomphumela omuhle uma kungekho umuntu oboshwayo kulaba bantu abantshontshe iy'mpahla zikahulumeni. Angithokoze kakhulu.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Siyabonga sihlalo, siyabonga Jobe. Ngivuya ngakumbi ukuthi ingathi uyabazi abantu abantshontshayo lapha kwa-PRASA. So mina ngibazi, ngizwa ngawo. If uyabazi Jobe, into ayenzile umongameli welizwe uappointe i-SIU. Njengoba sikhuluma nje i-SIU iphaye PRASA ipakishile. So ndizawucela into yobana aba bantu baziyo bantshontshayo pha ubanikeze ku-SIU. Bangaba unemininingwane yabo engcono, uyabazi uhlala kuphi ngubani, kungcono ubheke police station job. Ufike uvula icala lapho uthi ngiyamazi ubani nobani untshontshiwe. Kodwa thina njengorhulumente okhathalayo asifuni nje sithi abantu bayantshontsha. Yiyo loo nto umongameli afake i-SIU ukwenzela ukuthi iphenye kabanzi. Siyazi ukuthi eza report zizile kuningi okukhulunyiwe kwizondo commission ngoPRASA. Kuninzi okukhulunyiwe ngu-public protector wamandulo kwi-program ekwakuthiwa ngu-derailed yasePRASA. Konke lokho uthe umongameli masithathe yonke lento siyinike ku-SIU. SIU hlanganisa ezintwezi. Apho kunesidingo sokuthi abantu babotshwe, SIU uyayazi ukuthi ufanele athini. So thina ke njengomnyango wezothutho asikho emsebenzini wokubana sihambe siyobopha abantu. Kodwa sisemsebenzini wokuba sibone ukuthi yonke into iyenzeka ukwenzela ukuthi ubukhona omoshile abotshwe asiwe khona ngaphambili. Ngiyabonga sihlalo, ngiyabonga Jobe.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and you may take your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes time allocated for the questions. Outstanding replies received will be printed in hindsight. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of Expropriation Bill.
The Honorable Ntwabangwana. The Honorable Ntwabangwana will introduce the report. Okay, Mama, to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I check? Okay.
Yes, you can proceed. Thank
The
you.
Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure brings to the House the Expropriation Bill for the second reading. The bill was passed in the National Assembly on the 28th September 2022 and sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrency.
as the bill was tagged as a Section 76 bill. This NCOP processed the bill and approved the bill with the amendments on the 20th March 2024. The Portfolio Committee has processed the amendments and supports the amendments inserted by the NCOP and therefore able to present the bill to the House for the second reading. These amendments have strengthened the bill to be approved by the House and enables implementation. Chairperson, it was imperative that the old apartheid expropriation bill of 1975 was repealed through the drafting of a new expropriation bill as the bill in line with the Section 25 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. This means that it is in accordance with the democratic values of the Constitution of the country. The bill empowers the Minister of Public Works to execute expropriation for public purpose or in the public interest. This means that the expropriation of property for public purpose and in the public interest is based on the rules of law, as our Constitution does not for arbitrary expropriation of property. It abstract follows expropriation legislation in other countries and is based on the best international practice. These amendments of the bill by the NCOP enhance the bill, and therefore the Portfolio Committee approved the bill with the amendments. The ANC supports the committee expropriation and seeks the approval of the House for the bill during this second reading. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amber. And I recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the bill as amended be approved.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for the declaration of votes will apply. DA?
Chairperson, following the failure by the ANC to obtain the required majority to pass the Constitution's 18th Amendment Bill, which sought to amend Section 25 of the Constitution to allow for expropriation of land without compensation, the ANC have gone to the extreme lengths to try and frame the Expropriation Bill as a land reform instrument, of which it is not. After suffering an embarrassing defeat in the National Assembly, the ANC has attempted to continue its obsession with expropriation without compensation through an ordinary bill, which is effectively an attempt to expropriate through the back door. No ordinary legislation can trump the provision of the Constitution, and the DA has fought this battle from the beginning and will continue to do so even after today. The ANC has misused its majority in the National Assembly and now the National Council of Provinces. The bill has only one purpose, and that is to be used by the ANC in a bad faith attempt to stop their free fall decline in voter support, which now places them well below 50%. Essentially, the ANC is trying to bulldoze nil compensation into Section 12 of the Act, which deals with the issue of compensation of expropriated property. This exposes the ANC's gross disregard for the constitutionally enshrined principle of property rights and the impact that this violation of this principle will have on people's property and ownership. During the public hearings, the ANC took advantage of the fact that most participants did not understand the purpose of this bill. They continued to lie that the bill would result in wholesale expropriation of land without compensation. This was nothing more than a cheap electioneering tool. In addition to the constitutional infringement by the bill's nil compensation provision, which elicits, the DA warned some clauses were vague and open to subjective interpretation by an expropriating authority, which placed a property owner at a disadvantage. Clause 3.1 gives the Minister of Public Works the power to expropriate property in public interest. The public interest is not clearly defined, but the reference to land reform as part of the definition further underscored the idea that the ANC wanted to package this particular bill as a land reform instrument. The DA made the point that clause 15 was prejudicial to property owners in favor of the expropriating authority. The Expropriations Bill section 12(3) eliminates consensus and usurps the authority of the judiciary by predetermining the amount of compensation to be nil in defined circumstances. This is a clear contravention of the doctrine of the separation of powers. My colleague Hans-Juri Mollman is of the view that what the ANC is trying to do is to circumvent the Constitution and its interpretation by our courts over a period of almost 30 years by means of legislation and legislative processes. He says it will be interesting to see how two distinctive interpretations of just and equitable compensation in terms of section 25(2) and 25(3), as opposed to the manner of redress via restitution in section 25(7), will be justified. Significantly, Section 2A of the Restitution of Land Rights Act 22 of 1994 refers explicitly to Section 25(3) of the Constitution as a yardstick to determine whether just and equitable compensation was paid to persons who were unfairly deprived of rights in land because of past racial laws and practices. There should be consistency in the application of the use of terminology in the same section of the Constitution. At the end of the day, we must place the fault in terms of the failure, which is aptly described by the Constitution or the matter of Mvelasi, where it held the following, and I quote, "In this, the department has jeopardized not only the rights of land claimants, but the constitutional security and the future for all. South Africans have been waiting for more than 25 years for equitable land reform. More accurately, they have been waiting for centuries before. The department's failure to practically manage and expedite land reform measures in accordance with constitutional and statutory promises has profoundly exacerbated the intensity and bitterness of our national debate about land reform. It is not the Constitution, listen carefully, it is not the Constitution, nor the courts, nor the laws of the country that are at fault in this. It is the institutional incapacity of the department to do what the statute and the Constitution require of it that lies at the heart of this colossal crisis. As the DA, we are prepared to instruct our lawyers to write to the president. We are equally going to make sure that the president refers this particular unconstitutional bill to the Constitutional Court.
You must win
Failure to
elections.
do so, we will certainly meet in court, as is always the case. Thank you.
You must win elections first.
Ntate Letsiye. Ntate Letsiye, o ska etsa jwalo ntate.
Sorry, Chair.
Sibonge kakhulu, Chairperson. House Chairperson. When this bill was tabled here for the first time, we rejected it and correctly termed it a sellout piece of legislation. It is premised on two very strong assumptions. The first one is that it is constitutionally permissible to expropriate land without compensation at the moment. Secondly, it misdiagnoses the hunger for land in this country by portraying land that could potentially be expropriated without compensation. It's in so doing the bill even more draconian than the current property clause of the Constitution, because it identifies specific pieces of land that could potentially be expropriated at nil compensation. And those pieces of land will offer little to no value for our land expropriation restoration ideals. For the first part, expropriation in this country under the present constitutional provision is compensation centric, one of the most vocal advocates of this nil compensation ideal. Advocate Nkaitobi had in his argument that compensation for expropriation could even be lower than the market value shot down by the Supreme Court of the Appeals in the Msiza judgment. It is therefore a red herring that expropriation will be without compensation without changing the property clause. Secondly, African people want their land, all of it. The present bill proposes that expropriation could be without compensation for a very limited categories of land. This is unacceptable, and the economic freedom fighters reject this assertion. This bill, it's not meant for poor marginalized masses of South Africa who work the land on a daily basis. The bill is meant to protect the interests of current landholders, the settlers, colonialists who acquired the land through conquest and deceit. The EFF rejects this amendment of this bill, and we call upon all South Africans to vote for the EFF and let us govern you and let us show you proper government. Let's get rid of Lamasela Lawa and let us take the country forward through our President, Julius Malema. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The IFP. Yeah, we pass it. Thank you very much.
I hope I'm audible now.
Honorable Zonda.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to reiterate that the IFP is in full support of meaningful and fair land reform in South Africa. However, after extensive discussion with stakeholders, citizens, and civil society organizations, and senior councils in this matter, we remain of the decision that we cannot endorse the current version of the Expropriation Bill. The legislation before us has taken 16 years to get to this point and is a highly technical and contextual piece of legislation that the Parliament can ill afford to get wrong. It should be dealt with in the 7th Parliament. However, in an attempt to scout another own goal, the ruling party may see it as a quick populist win come May 29 election, but the ratification of South Africa will be disordered in its wake. IFP argues that the bill be sent back to the Portfolio Committee for thorough assessment of its constitutionality and then sent to the Constitutional Court by the Parliament for declaration of the order as its lawfulness. Additionally, there may be procedural irregularities that have been arise regarding the obtaining provincial mandate in the NCOP and other matters, and this must be rectified. In conclusion, we believe that this bill before us is a poorly drafted attempt by the ruling party to hide inequity in effecting meaningful land reform in South Africa since taking power in 1994. The IFP does not support this bill or the current version of this appropriation bill. I think kufanele abantu bevotele nje iqembu lenkatha ukuze bekwazi ngoba iqembu lenkatha linomlando wokwazi ukubuyisela umhlaba kubantu ngoba siyazi umhlaba weNgonyama Trust okuyiwona namanje iqembu elibusa elibanga umsindo ngawo wabuyiselwa iqembu lenkatha liphethe uhulumeni wakwaZulu. Uhulumeni i-state land kufanele sibuyiselwe kubantu kubanikazi baso ukuze bekwazi abantu ukusebenzisa umhlaba nangendlela efanele futhi bebe ne-ownership yomhlaba. Ngathi sekuyisikhathi sokuthi kunikezwe uhulumeni ozokwazi ukwenza izinto ngendlela efanele futhi one-good track record yokwenza izinto ngendlela efanele. Abantu abavotela iqembu lenkatha umhla 29 ukuze bekwazi ukuthola umhlaba wabo iSouth Africa yonke umhlaba ubuyiselwe kubantu. Ngiyathokoza kakhulu mphathi wohlelo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus rejects this bill in its entirety again. The National Council of Provinces can sugarcoat the amendments of this bill as much as they want to, but the fact of the matter is that this bill remains unconstitutional. The Freedom Front Plus hereby challenges government to go and test the constitutionality of this bill in the Concord, and the Constitution makes provision for that. The Freedom Front Plus is strongly opposed to expropriation without compensation and is of opinion that there is enough land available for redistribution, but that administrative stalling is causing delays to the determinant of a country. This bill, which makes provision for expropriation at no compensation, should be stopped. The Freedom Front Plus also opinion that the land which has already been obtained through land reform, of which 90% of the projects have failed, and unused state-owned land should be redistributed immediately, and after that, the principle of willing seller, willing buyer should be followed. In the case of expropriation for public use, the compensation should be market-related. Land is used as a populist political weapon, and the Freedom Front Plus rejects the myth that owning land creates wealth. Land reform projects have become nothing more than a breeding ground for corruption. Hierdie wetsontwerp hou ernstige ekonomiese gevolge in vir Suid-Afrika, en die ANC moet eerlik wees. Die ANC moet erken dat die wetsontwerp nie vooral gaan oor grondhervorming nie, maar oor die mag wat grondbesit bring. Buitelandse beleggings gaan die land uitstroom, want onteiening gaan handelsbanke, finansiële instellings en private eienaars negatief raak en dit gaan beteken dat ons ekonomie totaal en al vernietig gaan word. Hierdie wetsontwerp kan en mag ter wille van Suid-Afrika en die toekoms van ons land en sy kinders nie aanvaar word nie. 'n Gesonde balans moet verkry word tussen die ontwikkeling van behuisingsprojekte, die beskerming van eiendomswaarde en die bewaring van produktiewe landbougrond. Die Vryheidsfront Plus verwerp weer eens hierdie wetsontwerp in sy geheel, sowel as die verslag van die Portefeulje Komitee oor Openbare Werke en Infrastruktuur. Kom ons herstel en bou en kom ons neem die mag in die ANC se hande by die stembus op 29 Mei. Baie dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, honourable member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House
Thank
Chair,
you, Honourable.
Can you hear me, Honourable House Chair?
Yes, we can hear you. We can proceed.
The ACDP notes the amendments that were made and wishes to state that it objected to the report of the committee in that committee. Now, it must be remembered that an attempt was made by the majority party to amend Section 25 to provide for expropriation without compensation, and that the ACDP, along with most other opposition parties, voted against the proposed amendment, as we believed it was not necessary. Furthermore, we believed that amending Section 25 to provide for null compensation would cause capital flight, impending foreign and domestic investment. In view of the ACDP and many other South Africans, this bill is yet another attempt to provide for expropriation without compensation, particularly when one considers sections 12.3 A, C, and D, which targets private property. We note that 12.3E deals with property considered to be a health risk, and this was omitted as an amendment from the NCOP. These sections allow for null. The ACDP cautions, as it did with the attempt to amend Section 25 of the Constitution, whilst acknowledging the need for reformation and restitution on the land, that expropriation without compensation is not the panacea. Property rights, in our view, must be protected because a failure to do so destroys the value of such property. As in any business, if a product loses its value, it becomes non-tradable and business will move to places where they can trade. The ACDP argues that what investors seek and what our economy needs is policy certainty, and this amendment bill does not provide for that. The ACDP believes that this bill, in its current form, is nothing more than a populist political tool to consolidate and hold onto power, regardless of the consequences. We will not support it. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. This bill seeks to address the 1975 Expropriation Act. And let us be honest, there cannot be freedom in South Africa unless you deal with the issues of land. Now, some of my colleagues are very comfortable wanting to oppose this because they are used to the idea of stealing something that belongs to somebody else and holding on to it. And any attempts to address that, they're not comfortable with. No different to the Zionist state of Israel and the land that they're stealing from the Palestinian people. Now, the apartheid government, of course, let's not forget that the DA were part, National Party, we know what they've done. Some of the most prime land was stolen from Black South Africans. And that we have not addressed up to this very day. And it's something I think we need to accelerate. So that is why we would support this bill here today. We will support this bill because we need to accelerate the process of land restitution. To the EFF, I want to say to you, yes, you don't want to support the bill, but I will tell you where you're going to regret that. That whilst you're opposing that bill today, these people on my left are selling large tracts of land at the moment to foreign nationals, to the West and to the Zionists. And when you realize it, it's going to be too late. They've They have neglected the first indigenous nation. You can see what has happened in District 6. So whilst you have your own reasons for opposing it, but what you are doing is playing into the hands of these Zionist supporters here on the left. And as a result, the people in the Western Cape are going to suffer the most. That is why I say that your process that you put in place, proceed with it. Accelerate that process. Let's pass this bill. Let's give back to our people what they rightfully deserve. Let's take back the land from those that have stolen it. Can you imagine? You come, you steal the land, and you come and say we must negotiate the price to give it back. What nonsense is that? What nonsense is that? Let's take that land, let's take it back by force. I do agree. The willing buyer, willing seller principle has never worked and it will never work. Take those land and those millions of those that don't have homes. Give them that land, subdivide it and give it to South Africans, not those foreign nationals.
Thank you, Honorable Imam.
We support this bill.
Your term is up.
AIC. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. AIC. COPE.
Support the bill.
PHC. Honorable Luate. Sorry on that. You can proceed.
Honorable Chair, we support the bill.
Honorable members, please.
The bill is
lower your
supported.
voices. There's a person on the podium.
The bill
Please
is
lower your
supported.
voices.
Yeah.
You may proceed, Honorable Luate.
Honorable Chair, as I said, that we support the bill as is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. PAC. Honorable Hendricks Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa supports the bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. ANC.
House Chair, the ANC supports the second reading of the expropriation bill, and it wishes the House will support the bill as it did in its first reading. The bill has already passed the muster of both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. It is anticipated that this afternoon, the National Assembly will do so again. This bill, when passed by the House, seeks to replace the Expropriation Bill 63 of 1975 as it repeals the apartheid era legislation. The apartheid era expropriation bill was not keeping with the democratic constitution and the legislation transformation. House Chair, the bill does not allow for the arbitrary expropriation of property and enshrines the rule of law in terms of the constitution. This is in accordance with the democratic constitution of our country. This means that the bill is in consonance with Section 25 of the Constitution. Like all legislation, the bill followed a very thorough process through public consultation from both the NA and NCOP. There was an extensive public participation in shaping the legislation, both on the side of the National Assembly and the NCOP. House Chair, in fact, both the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee engaged in a public participation over the above normal processes which normally occurs. Therefore, this final bill with amendments is appropriate as the process of expropriation. The bill represents a balanced perspective in protecting the rights of the expropriated holder and the public interest. The amendments to the bill still enables a fair process that regulates the procedures for the expropriation of property for public purposes in the public interest, including payment of compensation which is just and equitable. sets out by the process to achieve that. It is also enables the identification of certain instances where the provisions of nil compensation may be just and equitable for the expropriation of public purposes and public interest. It therefore does not allow for arbitrary expropriation and ensures dual legal processes is followed in expropriation. The bill represents aspiration of the majority of the people of our country. It envisages economic transformation, infrastructure development, and inclusive economic development for the majority of our people. It seeks to also correct the historical injustice of the past, to correct the forced expropriation of property of majority of the Black people in our country through the 1913 Land Act, 1936 Land Act, and the Notorious Groups Act. House Chair, these draconian acts of expropriation of property occurred at nil compensation and with much suffering for the majority of the people of the indigenous people of our country. It is now left to the victims to correct the historical injustice of the past. This is the reason that we stand before this House with this bill. The public interest includes the nation's commitment to land restitution, land reform, and the reforms to bring about equitable access to all South African natural resources, interests of people, and based on the democratic values enshrined by the Freedom Charter. In this regard, the bill suggests that a person or a community whose tenure of land is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices is entitled to the extent provided by the Act of Parliament, either to tenure which is legally secure or to be comparable redress. Fundamentally, this suggests that no provision of this section may impede the state from taking legislative and other measures to achieve land, water, and related reform in order to redress the results of past discrimination. Our forebears imagine a democratic South Africa which will vigorously tackle landlessness, inequality, and poverty. Therefore, it is imperative that any expropriation for public purpose or in the public interest must ensure inclusive economic development occurs as part of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. This must enhance the delivery of infrastructure program, local industrial development, and agricultural reform that enhances food security. This bill, like any other legislation, must ensure that government is able to defeat the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, as well as the historical economic exclusion. Both the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee have taken extensive legal advice from legal team of the department, the state law advisors, parliamentary legal services, even legal academics, who ran workshops for the Select Committee as well as the Portfolio Committee. We can confidently declare that the bill passes the constitutional and legal muster. The committee is therefore convinced that the bill, with its amendments, was crafted with our constitutional framework. In conclusion, House Chair, the committee recommends that the passing of the bill with its amendment should happen as a matter of yesterday. The ANC supports the expropriation bill. The people of Pilgrim's Rest in Tabacheu are waiting for us to pass this bill such that government can expropriate land and build houses for them. The people of Kennedy Road Informal Settlement in Durban also yearns for that to happen. The people of Mandela Informal Settlement in Tembisa cannot wait for the House to pass this bill such that houses can be built for them. The people of Mabopane and Tshwane cannot wait for this parliament to pass this bill such that government can build health facilities in their area. House Chair, we are not surprised that this one sitting on our left, joined by their newly acquainted girlfriends in red, will always oppose this. President Mandela have warned us against such people, that any man who changes his principle on the basis of who his dealing is cannot be trusted to lead any revolution. It's therefore upon all of us, House Chair, to pass this bill such that government can rescue the people of the Western Cape who languish in informal
Thank you very
settlement.
much, Honorable
Thank you very
Member.
much, House Chair.
Are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? DA,
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
thank you very much.
We are
The agency. The agency is for the second time. Otherwise, I'll have to ask the ICT to usher you out of the bucket. The agency.
sorry.
The first time so the second time a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take the decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the expropriation bill as amended be passed. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until the voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if needs be. Are the party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the virtual platform, we are having 156 members of the African National Congress. In the House, we're having 46. It translates to 202 members, and they all vote in full support of this bill because it is the historic mission of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Historic mission of the ANC.
DA.
Chairperson, online, we have 40.
Order, Honorable Members.
In the House, 21, that is a total of 67 voting against.
I missed that there was a lot of Honorable Dr. Lawrence. Could you please repeat that? Honorable members, please lower your voices.
Repeat, Chairperson. Online, 46. In the House, 21. Total 67 against.
Thank you very much. EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Online, we have 13. In the House, we've got 8, and that makes us 21, and we vote against.
Thank you. IFP.
There are 6 members online and 2 in the House. Thank you.
Voting
against. Yeah, 6 members online and 2 in the House. We are voting against.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House, 9 online. That's 10 members voting against.
ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 2 on the platform voting against. Thank you.
Yep. UDM. ATM. Good. NFP.
Chairperson, 1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC. COPE.
1 online and support.
Yep. PAC. Al Jama.
Al Jama is 1 online and we support.
Thank you very much. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results of the division will follow shortly. Honorable members, the results of the division is as follows. The ayes, 205, and the noes, 108. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the bill will be sent to the President for assent. Order, honorable members. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Pension Funds Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading debate, Pension Funds Amendment Bill.
Where's my list? Where is my list? The Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
House Chair, Honorable Ntombela. Honorable members will recall that previously we tabled the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, which introduced the two-pot system by providing the creation of the savings component, retirement component, and the vested component in our retirement system. We are doing this because the current rules governing pension and provident funds only allow members to access their retirement savings upon retirement. As a result, in times of dire financial distress, members of pension or provident funds tend to terminate their employment to withdraw from their pension or provident funds. The two-pot system does two things. Firstly, it introduces the preservation of retirement savings when members change jobs. And secondly, it allows limited access to retirement savings by allowing for a savings withdrawal benefit before retirement without resignation. To enable this, the House passed the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. Today, we are tabling the Pension Funds Amendment Bill to enable pension funds to implement the amendments that are contained in the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. This amendment bill will enable the amendment of the following acts. 1, Pension Funds Act, Post and Telecommunication Related Matters Act, Transnet Pension Fund Act, Government Employees Pension Law. In summary, the amendment provides for the members' pension benefit account to be appropriately divided in terms of the pots that I've just mentioned, which is savings, retirement, and vested pot. The amendments provide for the deduction that can be withdrawn from the 3 pots. The Divorce Act currently provides for a narrow definition of pension interest or ex-spouses meant to benefit from the pension funds. The definition is narrow because it only provides for the dissolution of civil and customary marriages. The Divorce Act's definition of ex-spouses excludes religious marriages. Therefore, the amendment bill is meant to correct this by recognizing the dissolution of religious marriages. The bill also stipulates that the calculation of the pension benefits due to ex-spouses must apply the deduction proportionally from all three courts. The bill provides for clean break principle, meaning the pension interest must be paid to ex-spouses on the date of the court order. The amendment bill also provides for an overriding clause, a trumping clause, in an event of a conflict of Divorce Act and the pension laws on the application of the definition of pension interest or ex-spouse. According to this trumping principle or clause, the pension laws will prevail in terms of the general rules of interpretation of statutes. Honorable members, this is the first phase of the retirement reform, which we identified, we muted in the government paper in 2012. The next phase will deal with access to the retirement component in an event of retrenchment.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Honorable Deputy
thank you so
Minister.
much.
The Honorable Maswanganye, the next speaker.
Naken Samastulu, ministers, deputy ministers, honorable members. The Pension Funds Amendment Bill aims to amend the Pensions Act to incorporate retirement reforms. This system was initiated by COSATU, an alliance of the governing party, the ANC, in 2020. COSATU and the ANC are concerned about the plight of the workers. What is the rationale of this amendment? The bill amends the Pension Funds Act of 1956, Post and Telecommunications Related Matters Act 1958, the Transnet Act 1990, and the Government Employees Pension Laws 1996, so as to insert certain definitions in order to provide for the introduction of the savings withdrawal benefits, to provide for the appropriate account for a member's interest in the savings, retirement and vested components in the savings, retirement and vested components, to provide for deductions that may be made. These amendments were not provided for in the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill that has already been adopted by the National Assembly in February 2024. The proposed two-pot retirement system, as tabled by the Deputy Minister, addresses primary concerns by the workers. The system will provide relief to workers in both public and private sectors who will soon be able to access limited portions of their pensions without having to resign from their jobs or to cash out their funds. By the way, this bill also covers members of this parliament. Workers are drowning in debts due to a struggling economy, rising costs of living, interest rates hike, and employers who pay workers peanuts. The current pension laws allow workers access to their pension funds when they retire or in the event of losing their job or resigning. Consequently, many workers opt to resign and cash out their entire pension funds, leaving them to retire in poverty. The two-pot reforms offer a positive balance where workers will be able to access 10% of their existing savings up to a maximum of 30,000 rand when the law comes into effect, and from then access a third of their future annual contributions once a year. The withdrawal will help settle short-term debts and other financial needs. These reforms will help boost savings in the longer term, as workers will no longer be resigning to cash out their entire pension funds, but will rather access their savings pot instead. This system will come into effect on the 1st of September 2024, as agreed with the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwan, who understands very well the plight of the workers, as is the former General Secretary of NUMSA, COSATU affiliate. He has been deployed by the ANC to implement pro-poor policies. The bill aims to tackle the lack of preservation before retirement, which often results in individuals accessing their funds upon changing jobs. It addresses the issue of limited access to funds in cases of financial distress. Under this system, retirement savings will be preserved when members change jobs, and limited access to these savings will be permitted before retirement without the need for resignation. The implementation of the two-pot retirement system involves several key components. Additional retirement funds will be required to create a savings component to which members will contribute 1/3 of their total individual retirement and contributions. Assets in this component will be available for withdrawal before retirement, subject to certain conditions. Further retirement funds will establish a retirement component to which members will contribute 2/3 of their total individual retirement fund contributions. A vested component will also be created containing amounts subject to the current retirement regime. Contributions to the vested component will cease upon the implementation of the new regime, except for Provident Fund members aged 55 or older on the 1st of March 2021, who can continue contributions until retirement or leaving the fund. Additionally, Provident Fund members aged 55 or older on the 1st of March 2021 can choose to participate in the new regime, but will no longer contribute to the vested component if they do so. Public participation. Public participation in the legislative process of the PFM bill is integral to ensuring transparency and inclusivity. Subsequently, on 6 February, the committee received a briefing from National Treasury. From there, we held the public hearings on the 12th of March 2024. Overview of the key proposals. The main objective of this bill is to facilitate the implementation of the policy objectives related to the two-pot outlined in the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. The RELAB primarily focuses on amendments to the Income Tax Act of 1962, which are aimed at introducing the two-pot system. Clause 1 of the bill proposes the insertion of a new definition to assist interpretation of the bill. One significant addition in the definition of pension interest, which encompasses various elements, such as recognizing marriages according to religious tenets, applying the clean break principle on the date of the court order, and allocating divorce order settlements from all three components. Clause 4 proposes the substitution of Section 37D of the PFA to enable retirement funds to make deductions from retirement fund benefits in line with the provisions and requirements of RELAP. These deductions include amount to members' employer, payments under maintenance orders, portions of pension interest assigned to non-member spouses, and other allowable deductions. Additionally, it specifies conditions under which a member may or may not take a savings withdrawal benefit and outlines restrictions for funds aware of orders against the members. The committee commends National Treasury for facilitating a robust public participation process on the draft bill, which now substantial engagement from stakeholders representing various sectors and interests. The committee knows the interdependence between the Pension Funds Amendment Bill and Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, particularly in facilitating the implementation of the two-pot retirement system. It acknowledges the necessity of aligning amendments proposed in the PFA bill with corresponding changes in tax legislation to ensure coherence and effectiveness in achieving policy objectives. In response to concerns raised by stakeholders regarding potential conflicts with the Divorce Act, the committee noted the need for clarity and consistency in the bill. To address this issue, a solution was reached to insert an application clause in the bill. This clause ensures that in the event of any conflict between the Pension Funds Act and related pension funds laws and the Divorce Act, the provisions of the Pension Funds Act and related pension funds laws will prevail. This solution aimed to alleviate stakeholders' concerns and ensure coherence between the proposed amendments and existing legislation, particularly in matters related to divorce proceedings and the division of pension interest. The committee recommends continuous monitoring and evaluation of the implementation process post-enactment to identify any unforeseen challenges or gaps that may arise, ensuring that the intended objectives of the two-pot retirement system are effectively realized. In conclusion, the committee acknowledges the significant progress made in refining the Pension Funds Amendment Bill B3/2024 through extensive stakeholder engagement and interactive consultation process. The committee recommends the adoption of the amendment bill. I move, Honorable Chairperson, for the adoption of the report and the bill. The ANC lives, ANC leads.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aswanganye. Honorable Titi Judge.
Thank you, Chairperson. This bill fundamentally changes the retirement industry in South Africa and is a step in the right direction, with much that still remains to be done. After implementation on 1 September, a savings component will accumulate at 1/3 of contributions and a retirement component will accumulate the balance. At implementation, 10% of the fund value to a maximum of 30,000 Rand will be allocated to the savings component, and members can access a minimum of 2,000 Rand per year from the saving. a compulsory preservation will apply to the retirement component that cannot be accessed until retirement. Tax on withdrawals will be deducted at the member's marginal rate, and this is too high given that the purpose of the bill is to provide relief to members by accessing their own asset in times of financial distress, as was experienced during COVID, and continues under a broken government that does not care and is unable to facilitate the economic growth that will generate the jobs that are desperately needed to alleviate the growing poverty as reflected on a declining GDP per capita. All South Africans are getting poorer, and the ANC government could have cut the tax on fuel, expanded the zero VAT rated basket of food to include bone-in chicken, beef, tin beans, margarine, wheat flour, peanut butter, tea, coffee, baby food, and soup powder. And it could have agreed a lower or zero tax on withdrawals from the retirement component, from the savings component. The ANC government has mismanaged our public finances to the brink of collapse, like it has done with our electricity, railways, ports, and international reputation, vital components for a vibrant economy. The DA has set out in our alternative budget and comprehensive economic policy how it is possible to rescue our economy. In 2008, when I arrived at Parliament, Trevor Manuel was the Minister of Finance. We had a surplus on the budget and debt was 27% of GDP. Now we don't have a parliament. The speaker is desperately avoiding arrest. The president hides money in his sofa. We're on the FATF grey list. The ANC gets dirty money. Debt is 75% of GDP and we have a massive deficit. The current Minister of Finance told us last week that the national health insurance that will cost over R1 trillion is unfunded, and government will make a plan when the president eventually finds a pen to sign it into law. What is the plan? The ANC government has already raided the Reserve Bank and increased tax in February by not adjusting the tax brackets for inflation. The minister is quoted as saying that government can never run out of money because it can always increase tax. No, minister, you can't. There is a ceiling on how much tax you can, in this instance, embezzle from hard-working households who bear the brunt of taxation in South Africa today. I would suggest that you do not bite off the taxpayer hand that feeds government with policies that drive more and more taxpayers out of the tax net to other jurisdictions or into the illicit economy. Tax is theft when government mismanages the people's money, and that money tap can run dry like the water taps are across the country, with the exception of the DA-governed Western Cape that is now rescuing Knysna from the filthy water brought to it by the ANC-EFF Patriotic Alliance coalition of corruption. Having run out of taxpayer money with the noose of hopelessly failing state-owned enterprises that it refuses to offload around its neck, the ANC election manifesto says it will introduce legislation to compel pension fund managers to invest in public projects through prescribed assets. You will stop a raid on your pension fund when you vote DA on 29 May. The fundamental reason for this bill is to provide relief to households already battling a government-induced cost of living crisis and compounded by the COVID pandemic.
Honorable George, please take a seat.
I
Honorable
want to understand
Papa.
from you, the speaker said that the president hides money in his sofas without any substantive motion, and he knows that it's an act. He says the president hides money in his sofas.
Okay.
Now, is that allowed without a substantive motion? Because this cannot be, because even if we debate, let's not impugn the characters of fellow members. He knows it's not true.
May I carry on?
Thank you, Honorable Papa.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Papa. Honorable George.
Yes, Chairperson.
There's a rule providing that if you made an allegation of that sort, you've got to bring a substantive motion before you can go ahead.
The president allegedly has money hidden in his sofa.
Honorable George.
Yes, Chair.
That was unparliamentary. Could you please withdraw that?
The president may not have money in the sofa.
Honorable George. Honorable George. Honorable George,
Yes, Chair.
Honorable George, please cooperate with us. Could you please withdraw the comment that you have made?
Chairperson,
I'm addressing
Okay,
the
we all
point
want to
of
go home
order,
tonight.
honorable
I will
members.
withdraw
I
the
will
comment.
recognize you, but I'm still addressing this point of order. Honorable George, could you please withdraw your statement?
I have already, Chair. I withdraw it. The
Thank you very
fundamental
much.
reason for this bill is to provide relief to households already
Honorable
battling.
Judge, there is another
I see
point of
another hand.
order.
This is getting exciting.
Honorable Yako.
My chairperson, I do want to understand, where does the EFF enter in Naisna? Where do we enter in Naisna?
Honorable
Why does
Yako.
the EFF find itself in Naisna in his speech?
Honorable Yako, that is not a point of order. Please don't do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The EFF is in coalition with the ANC Patriotic Alliance Coalition of Corruption in Naisna, and nothing is working, obviously. The fundamental reason for this bill is to provide relief to households already battling a government-induced cost of living crisis and compounded by the COVID pandemic. The pandemic has come and gone, yet the crisis continues and our economy is not recovering. 5 million children are starving in South Africa today, and 81% of households skip at least one meal a day. This is the result of a dysfunctional, incompetent, and corrupt government positioned in the wrong place in our economy. On 29 May, the ANC will lose its majority, and the people will get another opportunity to start on a different path that enables everyone to become everything that they're capable of becoming, with a government that does its job and serves the people, not itself. That government is a DA government. You can rescue South Africa. That time is now. Thank you, Chairperson. We support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, House Chair. As economic freedom fighters, we approach the recent Pension Fund Amendments Bill with a mix of recognition for its immediate relief for potential, and we also have a concern for the underlying systemic issues that it highlights. The dire economic conditions imposed by the ANC government have left workers in a state of financial desperation, eagerly awaiting any opportunity for relief, including the ability to make withdrawals from their pensions. What a pity. Thus, any delay really in the implementation of measures that could alleviate their suffering, such as the September date as stipulated in the bill, would simply be unacceptable. However, it is deeply lamentable that the ANC's neo-colonial economic policies have pushed workers into such dire straits, forcing them to prematurely dip into their hard-earned pensions just to make ends meet. The sluggish economy, plagued by corruption, mismanagement, and lack of vision, has failed to provide the necessary conditions for sustainable job creation and economic growth. Had the EFF been in power, our commitment to the massification of industrialization and the redistribution of wealth would have propelled the economy forward through the multiplier effect, creating meaningful employment opportunities and lifting workers out of poverty. While the Pension Funds Amendment Bill may offer temporary relief to some to address the root causes of the economic hardships, I beg your pardon. While the Pension Funds Amendment Bill may offer temporary relief to some, it does little to address the root causes of the economic hardships facing workers. The AFF believes that a fundamental restructuring of the economy is needed to ensure long-term prosperity for all South Africans. This includes implementing policies that prioritize the interests of workers over those of corporates. In conclusion, while the EFF acknowledges and supports the immediate need for relief provided by the Pension Funds Amendment Bill, we remain steadfast in our commitment to addressing the systemic inequalities perpetuated by the ANC government. Only through transformative economic policies that prioritize the needs of the people over profit can we build a truly just and equitable society. The EFF has thought long and hard about what we will do differently when we take over post-29 May Elections Day. The EFF government will consolidate all the municipal pensions to be administered under the new state-owned company. The EFF government will increase the mandate of the Public Investment Company, PIC, to include businesses that make their money through the state. The FF government will further amend the Pensions Fund Act to increase the investment in private equity for infrastructure development and land transformation. The FF government will ensure that 80% of all private retirement funds are administered and run by Black-owned entities. We will do this by giving retirement fund licenses to Black entities. The FF government will open up access to pensions and retirement fund management sectors to Black-owned entities. During the public consultations, not even one Black firm made any presentation in those hearings. This is despite the fact that Government Employees Pension Fund, GPF of South Africa, handles more than 2.5 trillion rands in pensions of teachers, nurses, and police, who in the main are Black people. The FF government has very ambitious plans for South Africa to wrench it out of control of the imperialists who are using the ANC as their administrator. Honorable Imam, there are two things that you don't know. The first one that you don't know is that Section 25, subsection 7 of the Constitution is very clear that the issue of land that must be dealt with has got a cutoff date, and the cutoff date is 19 June 1913. So all this hype is actually nonsensical, because the bulk of the land that was stolen is not part of this excitement that these ones are excited about. Number one. Number two, these people here that you think you are supporting, they have undermined their own resolution. Their own resolution in 2017 talks about expropriation without compensation. They come here to sell out. These are sellouts. They sold out. They're busy talking to the nation with a fake tongue. They lie to the nation. The ANC are liars.
Honorable members.
Fake, misleading the people.
There's
no compensation.
You are a liar yourself.
Thought I should address that, but we support the pension fund bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manu. Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Nkosi Tsabekulu. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to.
Honorable members, order.
Thank you, our Chairperson, for allowing me to stand in for Honorable Buthelezi, who sits in the committee. While we understand that the aim of this bill seeks to assist the working class in accessing portions of their pension funds before retirement, where the need arises in order to obtain a cash injection to assist where necessary. Perhaps instances where people seek immediate medical relief or access to health procedures, or wherever is of immediate concern at the given time. It does, however, paint a very clear and good picture on the shortcoming of government in safeguarding the interest of well-being of our people. The extent to which people are feeling the pinch of the dwindling economy is evident by the very existence of this bill. It is literally intended to grant people more access to their pension funds during financial distress without them retiring. As the IFP, we do not believe that this is the route that government ought to have taken in ordinary course of business. This stance is a clear indictment to the ruling party, having failed to provide people with decent employment opportunities and adequate access to health, amongst other things. It is a common cause that the whole point of a retirement annuity fund is to safeguard people's livelihood well into their most advanced years, when they can no longer participate in economic activities. So for the government to seek to advance its law legislation that presents people with an opportunity to access these funds ahead of retirement may seem noble in its intention, due to maybe the fact it addresses immediate challenges and the proposed savings plan, but in long run, it will yield disastrous outcomes. Yet, there are mechanisms in place to promote limited access to the funds, but are not entirely convinced that this is indeed the best way to go about things. Unfortunately, it is poorest of the working class that will fall victim to this outcome, the majority of whom are Black. Yet, the few that are already enjoying privileges will be unscathed. As the IFP, we believe that it is the responsibility of government to ensure that the conditions that citizens work under should enable them the ability to save for rainy days and to access healthcare services without having to tap into their savings. The IFP supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Telekolo. The Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. House Chairperson, pension fund reform has been long overdue, and as the Deputy Minister mentioned, started in 2012. There's a lot of South Africans, and with a 40%, nearly 40% unemployment rate, a lot of South Africans suffering due to that. But then there is a majority of employed South Africans that are also struggling financially. And that is why the two-pot system is a good reform and is much needed. But the fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that the economy has been destroyed and that the cost of living, interest rates, inflation, and everything that is happening at this point in time has made it and is making it very difficult for South Africans to survive financially. That is why this is needed, but it is not a sustainable solution because we need to balance the need for South Africans to save sufficiently for their retirement with their dire current financial distress. The fact of the matter is also that if we go ahead with certain other reforms, especially proposed by the EFF, such as prescribed assets, then, Chairperson, a lot more South Africans will have to do what Mr. Ramaphosa did and hide money under a mattress because savings won't mean anything.
Honorable Vessels, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 85 again. The member is casting aspersions on the President because you have already made a ruling before around that issue.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. I think the point of order is sustained, Honorable Vessels. Can I
May I address you on that matter? May I address?
Just before you do that, Honorable Vessels, maybe for the benefit of your good self and other members, I will read Rule 85, what it says. A member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. So it is on the basis of that I'm saying that is unparliamentary, and I would request you to withdraw that.
But if I may address you, Chairperson, no, if I may address you, what is the allegation?
Honorable Vessels.
What is the crime of hiding money?
Honorable Vessels, I would kindly request you not to go into that.
But since
just withdraw. If you have a problem, address it with the other processes that are necessary.
It's not a crime to hide
follow.
money.
Honorable Vessels.
Many people.
Honorable Vessels. Honorable Vessels.
Is that a crime? It's not an allegation.
Honorable Vessels, you leave me no option but to take further action. Please don't do that. Don't do that. I said, could you please withdraw?
But I don't understand how that is a crime. It's not a crime. It's not a crime to hide money. Why is it an allegation? It's not a crime. But okay, I withdraw.
Honorable Vessels.
I withdraw.
Honorable Vessels, please. Please.
And you will
Honorable
never call
Vessels,
the
and now
bouncers.
I want
I
you.
know you.
Failing to understand, you don't want to understand. I will leave me with no option but to ask you to leave the house.
I withdrew.
No, you did not. You continue making your allegations. You continue doing that. I have warned you not to do that. But you continue doing that, Honorable Vessels. You withdrew that, but I did not give you latitude to do what you are doing.
Order, Chair. You must leave the house.
Order.
Order.
I am not prepared to converse with you, Honorable Vessels.
Order.
Would you please?
No.
Would you please do what I'm asking you?
Yeah.
No, Honorable Vessels, just
Order,
leave the
Chair.
podium.
Please,
Please, just leave the podium.
But then I don't withdraw anymore.
Mosquito, leave the podium. He must be out.
Honorable Vessels.
If you fit, then it's really unacceptable. Because the fact of the matter is it's not a crime to hide money. Why is it an allegation? Why must I bring a substantive motion?
Honorable Vessels.
Hides money. It's not a crime.
Honorable Vessels, just leave the house.
Call the bouncer.
Point of order.
Why you're not calling?
Point of order.
Why you're not calling the?
Whilst you were making a ruling and talking to Mr. Vessel, Member Kaula opened the mic and screamed without you giving her permission to do so. That is also not allowed in the house. You can't correct one wrong with another wrong.
What is this? What is this?
You can't correct one wrong with another wrong. If all of us opened our mics, what would happen to the sitting?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Papa. That is unacceptable, of course, for anyone to do.
Sorry, Chair.
But now that I did not hear it, okay, let's slip it dogs.
Chair.
Proceed with the debate.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyabonga, Chair. I-concept la. Lana sangathi yasebenza ikhala. Okwesibili ngiyaphakamisa ngithi mgoshe ngama-bounce awufuni. Yini usabani? Manje walona okhuluma ungena usupport abelungu wena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula.
Belungu wena.
Honorable Kaula.
Uyabesaba abelungu.
Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kaula. Please, honorable members, please. Is it really necessary? Please don't do that. Makaula, please. Honorable Yakwa.
Chair, we don't need a prefect in the house who's going to monitor how we speak in the house. If we are respectful to you, we ask that you respectfully remove the member because he was debating with you when there was no need to banter back and forth, and you allowed him to do that. Mam Kaula was in her right to say to you, ask the bouncers, because if it was us as the EFF,
Honorable member.
Ask the bouncers to remove us.
Honorable member.
So that member there must sit down with his two hands.
Honorable Yako.
Sit down.
Honorable Yako, I have ruled on the matter and it is done. I've ruled on that matter. It's done. Honorable Singh had his hand up. Honorable Singh, are you still there?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Order, members.
Thank you very much. Now that Honorable Vessels has withdrawn, I think my point of order would expire. But the point is, the rules talk about Section 85 and a member of the House. The President is not a member of the House. That's what I wanted to bring to the attention of the table. Thank you.
Other point of order.
Okay, a ruling has been done, Honorable Singh. So I will not go back to it.
On a point of order, Chair. Rule 85 applies to non-members too.
A ruling has been done on that, Honorable Singh, and we are done with it. Shall we please proceed? Shall we please proceed? Shall we please proceed, honorable members? There's a hand from the Honorable Swartz.
No, Chair, I couldn't unmute myself, but now I can, so it's fine. If I may proceed, Chair.
Thank you very much.
House Chair, Cornelius Sebatoma, in his late 50s, has been a teacher for more than 20 years. In 2021, severe disappointment that National Treasury then would not allow government employees who belong to the government pension fund to make emergency withdrawals. At a time when there was widespread unemployment and poverty caused by the long and hard COVID-19 lockdown. And he said that such a withdrawal would have helped his family and many others at the time. House Chair, regrettably, many employees would have resigned at that time to access their pension funds to make ends meet. This would have been a very short-term solution, as those members and those workers would have joined the ranks of the unemployed. The situation for households now has got worse, with severe costs of living increases. At least he would have been pleased with today's bill, but I'm sure he would not have been pleased with the high tax rates that he will have to pay when he withdraws his funds. It is also not sustainable in the long run, where savings in the country are already at a very low level. However, the ACDP does believe that the bill is a step in the right direction, and that the focal point of the Pension Laws Amendment Bill is the two-part retirement system, whose primary objective will be to provide flexibility for fund members to access the retirement savings during such emergencies without necessitating resignation. Chairperson, we note that the effective date was initially to be March 2024, but after consultation between the Portfolio Committee, stakeholders, National Treasury, and the Minister, it will now be September 2024. The ACDP notes that a robust public awareness and education campaign to inform retirement fund members about the features and benefits of the proposed two-part retirement regime is necessary, as this will empower individuals to make informed decisions about their retirement savings. And we also support the note in the report that regulatory agencies should heighten their monitoring of the implementation of this new retirement system and ensure compliance with the proposed rules to ensure that they undergo periodic reviews and adjustments with the need to adapt to changing economic conditions, demographics, and member needs. The ACDP will support this report and the bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swartz. UDM, ATM, good. The Honorable Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, I think my only concern in terms of this bill is that if abused, those that go into retirement will find themselves finding it very difficult to survive financially. And however, I think the bill seeks to alleviate some level of poverty and forcing those that are in financial distress from seeking relief from these financial institutions who basically suck the blood out of the bones of vulnerable people in the country with their high interest rates. Now, it is very clear that they will have access to 10% or up to 30,000 of their pension fund. It is also very clear they can draw a further 1/3 of future benefits, but at all given time, 2/3 of their benefits will be retained by the fund. So I think that provision that we have in this bill will to some extent protect them. On the issue of the access that they will get, which is up to 30,000 rand, that amount could be withdrawn immediately with no further delay. Of course, with this thing coming into effect, if adopted today, which I think would be on the 1st of September 2024. So I think it'll give much relief to our people that are already hard pressed. Also, I want to say to our people, I've heard many comments on issues of corruption and a whole lot, which I thought was irrelevant, but it's now become relevant. I want to warn all South Africans. There is a bill that is being implemented by the DA, which they call the Responsible Spending Bill. It technically means that all public sector workers will be losing an approximately 10% in the next 4 years of their salaries. In other words, you will be 10% worse off. That in terms of this bill that they're introducing. So I am calling on you all to reject the DA with the contempt they deserve. Healthcare workers, police officers, they do not care about your well-being. It's all about them. So please reject them, because if you don't reject them, you are going to find yourself in financial distress. So, and coincidentally, they don't talk about corruption when they talk about the issues of pension funds and many other things. Why wouldn't they want you to stop the corruption rather than taking away 10% from your
Honorable Sheikh, thank you very much.
We support this bill, but I call on you to reject them with the contempt they deserve.
You're obsessed with the DA.
AIC. Cope. AAC. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Al-Jamaa.
Honorable members, order, please. You may proceed,
Thank you,
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much. Al-Jamaa supports the report and the bill, and we would like to congratulate COSATU for the efforts they have made over so many years. A job well done. And we'd like to thank the African National Congress for supporting COSATU. Honorable Chair, it is ironical that many of the parties who support the bill have also had a lot to say criticizing everything under the sun. And that has spoiled the excitement that must exist amongst many workers. Honorable Chair, I think it is necessary for the trustees of pension funds to make a provision in their rules that when there are better times, that workers can repay back the money that they have taken from their pension fund, so that when they do retire, they are better off. Also, that the trustees, that the employers who make an employer contribution to the kitty or to the pension fund, that they consider increasing it so that, especially and maybe just for workers under a certain threshold, so that it softens the blow and the impact that the withdrawal from the pension fund will have on their workers. That will show that they are best practice employers. So Al-Jamaa would like to appeal to employers to increase the employer contribution to provident and pension funds, and also once again to trustees to make provision in their rules that when there are better times, that the workers can restore their position. South Africa is going to have better times. The intercontinental African trade will bring prosperity to Africa and to South Africa, so we must be very positive. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable Alexander.
Good evening, speakers, fellow members, and most importantly, South Africans. The reform and the modernization of the pension fund law will grant individuals the flexibility to access a portion of their retirement funds without the need to cancel a policy or resign from their jobs in order to access emergency funds, providing critical financial support while still ensuring savings for retirement. Under the new two-part system in the saving pot, individuals will be allowed to withdraw once in a 12-month period. While this may offer immediate relief in times of financial strain, it is essential to grasp the long-term consequences of dipping into these savings. The pension funds and administrators are diligently working to implement these changes before the reform that takes effect on the 1st of September this year. We believe that this two-part system will greatly benefit South Africans' pension contributors. But as I stand here before you a mere 64 days ahead of the election, one of the most pivotal elections in South African history, our nation yearns for a brighter future, and yet we find ourselves heading in the wrong direction. We are not only here to seek the modernization of laws to meet the current needs, but we also aim to create opportunities through job creation and prioritizing the safety of the residents and ensuring justice for the victims of crimes. The DA has a comprehensive plan to rescue South Africa from the grips of unemployment, load shedding, crime, and corruption. We offer tangible solutions steering this country towards prosperity. Our vision is one of hope and opportunity for every South African. Together, we can build a nation where all individuals can reach their potentials. Together, we possess the strength to diminish the ANC's hold below 50% and prevent the further regression with an ANC-EFF coalition. However, this victory hinges on the participation of every voter on the 29th of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Abraham.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Now uyeka EFF ulala ngengubo enye noTshaba nithengise ngomhlaba niyabava ngokuphezu kwenu. Chair, I just want to say that ANC imele amalungelo abasebenzi neempumla zikalutsha. That is why today we stand tall as the ANC, because we have listened to the workers and we have listened to the people of South Africa, and we have unpacked the clause in the Freedom Charter that says the people shall govern. And therefore, we are still to see what the DA can do. Because in the Western Cape, where you already govern, Black people are shoved to their corners of poverty, while white people have the privileges. So as the ANC, we are not going to stand here and proclaim that you can do better, but rather we have, as the ANC and the country and the world for that matter, we have had our setbacks, we have had our challenges, but more often than not, we have listened to the millions of South Africans. We have listened to the millions of workers that we're not necessarily addressing the unemployed here. We're addressing those who are employed, but indaba ye cost of living is just too much for them. They end up resigning halfway through. So, Honorable Mani, let me tell you that when the global and domestic economy opened up, many companies that suffered losses during the pandemic inflated the prices of goods in order to recover lost profit. This led to the increase in the cost of living. Again, workers had to navigate those difficulties. Ngenxa yaloo nto, i-African National Congress iza nento eza kubaphungulela abantu bethu. Because even back in 2019, we came with a national minimum wage. Do not forget, Democratic Alliance, that you were the ones who were saying, when you come into power, you will end social grants. But I hear, yes, okay, I hear now, you have changed your language. I hear for electioneering purposes, you have changed the language because fundamentally that is what you said. But the ANC does not abandon ordinary people. We find solutions. And hence, with this bill, the ANC has found a solution. Le pension fund yembiza ezimbini esezichaziwe ngumphathiswa kwakunye nosihlalo yindlela i-ANC ebonisa ngayo ukukhathalela abantu baseMzantsi ngakumbi abasebenzi. Furthermore, retirement funds will establish a retirement component to which members will contribute 2/3 of their total individual retirement fund contributions, so that when they actually come to retirement, they still have some funds to tap on. Assets in this component will be preserved until retirement, with withdrawals only allowed upon retirement on this second pot. Additionally, retirement funds will be required to create a savings component because the ANC-led government knows the difficulties that the people of this country have on saving, and hence there will be withdrawals on the 1/3, but no withdrawals on the 2/3. The ANC has an impeccable history of advancing the cause and right of workers. We have made incredible strides since the dawn of our democracy, and we call on South Africans to walk the journey with the ANC, to continue the journey towards a better life with equal opportunities to all South Africans now and into the future. Because we see what is happening in the Western Cape, and it is not what South Africans would like to have, because freedom in the Western Cape is for whites only. Throughout our years of governance, we have emphasized that ours is a plan about you, South Africans. Tina, sinecebo ngani bahlali baseMzantsi Afrika. Nokuba nimhlophe, nokuba nimnyama, because after all, the ANC fought for the liberation of even the white minority. And now the ANC is leading everybody, and the ANC is fighting even for the white minority, young and old, rural and urban. None of the political parties represent such a diverse plan for all South Africans. Vote ANC on the 29th of May.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable the Deputy Minister of Finance.
I really want to thank the committee led by Honorable Joma Swanganyi, COSATU, civil society, the industry, for leading this process. And I do think that this bill is a very responsible bill in many respects. Firstly, the port where you can't withdraw from until you are retired, it simply means that we don't want people to retire poor, for them to depend on the state, because they will have blown out their retirement by withdrawing that money. But secondly, this is in the interest of the economic growth, because the economy can only grow if you've got savings. Capital, money capital come from savings, which we utilize to deploy in the economy in order to grow the economy. And it's out of that economic growth that workers earn more money and our savings increase in that regard. It's when businesses make profits and they are able to save some of the money that they generate through economic growth. So this bill, it's not in contradiction to economic growth. It's actually reinforcing and supporting economic growth. Yes, in the budget, we've indicated that these savings can only go towards the government bond. That is why we're doing our best to make sure that we manage the public debt. The second reason why we're saying this is a very responsible bill is because workers can access a portion of their savings. And I really want to warn again and advise workers that they do need to withdraw this money when they are in dire need, because it will be taxed. But secondly,
thank you very much.
Rules in savings from the point of view of interest. This only shows that the ANC is responsible and is the only party that can responsibly govern this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Pension Funds Amendment Bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Pension Funds Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Order, honorable members. Members are reminded to please note that the sitting tomorrow morning starts at 9 a.m. and it is fully virtual. Thank you very much. Order. I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.